Chapter 2182. Chu Luiyue felt a little strange. Senior Yi Zhao should be here soon, right? Have you sent him the news? Mao Zhen asked. Chu Luiyue nodded in confusion. Of course. I sent the news to both of you at the same time. Peach Blossom Cove was quite far from Phoenix God Mountain and Divine Dragon Island. However, this wasn't a problem for Yi Zhao and Mao Zhen. With their speed, they would arrive in less than a day. However, Mao Zhen was faster than expected. As for Yi Zhao, it didn't seem to matter if he was a little late. Why did Mao Zhen look a little worried? Senior Yi Zhao followed me back to Peach Blossom Cove and just left not long ago. I think he will be a little late this time, right? Mao Zhen gradually frowned. No, he knows the importance of this matter. Logically speaking, he should be here before me. Why isn't he here yet? He looked outside, but there was no movement at all. Chu Luiyue gradually felt a little uneasy. Mao Zhen was a forthright person. If he hadn't really encountered something troublesome, he definitely wouldn't have such a reaction. And his worry for Yi Zhao didn't seem to be without reason. Wait a little longer. Perhaps he will be here soon. Chu Luiyue said. Senior Mao Zhen, you said that we shouldn't rush to the Illusory God Palace. Is it because something happened to the great Phoenix Dragon clan's ancestor there? Mao Zhen nodded and then shook his head. Sort of, but not completely. There are some things that I can't explain to you clearly now. Since Yi Zhao is here, you will know after listening. At this moment, Sun Yi suddenly came in from outside in a hurry. Chu Luiyue saw that his expression was a little abnormal, and his heart skipped a beat. Master, something happened to the meteor sect. Sun Yi walked in and handed over a black feather with both hands. Chu Luiyue immediately stood up and walked over. He took the black feather in his hand. It was still stained with blood. Chu Luiyue was very familiar with this aura. This is the feather of the legendary three-eyed eagle that Shi Rui contracted. Her brows were tightly knitted together. Sun Yi explained, just now, someone brought this feather over, but before I could ask about it, that person had already breathed his last. This subordinate recognizes him. He is one of the elders who accompanied Shi Rui, to the Red Moon Desert. Chu Luiyue immediately asked, where is he? Sun Yi shook his head. He was poisoned. Half an hour after his death, he turned into a pool of blood. What a vicious method. Did you find out what kind of poison it was? Little Hachi has already gone there, but whether or not we can find out is still unknown. Did that person leave any message? Not at all. When he came, he was already mute. Chu Luiyue's heart trembled. What kind of person would do such a vicious thing to the Flying Star sect? Moreover, this method was truly powerful. No matter what, the Flying Star sect was still a first-rate family in the Divine Ruins world. According to Chu Luiyue's understanding, they did not have any deep grudges with anyone. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to attract such a disaster. Those who had gone to the Red Moon Desert with Shi Rui were basically all venerable god experts. What kind of power could force them into such a miserable state? Chu Luiyue kept the feather. Let's go to Little Hachi. She had just taken half a step when she turned back to look at Mao Zhen with some hesitation. Mao Zhen immediately said, I'll go with you. Chu Luiyue's group quickly arrived at the city gate. At this moment, Little Hachi was standing there with her arms crossed. She was carefully staring at a pool of dark red blood on the ground. Little Hachi. Chu Luiyue quickly went up to her. When Little Hachi heard the voice, she raised her head and looked over. However, at this moment, her delicate and beautiful face was dyed with a trace of worry. Chu Luiyue walked closer and looked at the ground. The pool of blood had already dried up. All that was left was a patch of dark red blood and a faint stench. But did you notice something? Little Hachi shook her head in defeat. No. She was good at these things and had seen all kinds of strange poisons. However, she really could not recognize it this time. Chu Luiyue bent down to take a look. This smell was somewhat familiar. She seemed to have smelled it somewhere before. However, she could not recall where she had smelled it before. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. You residents. Dumpling was still sleeping on the bed. Zi Chen had already woken up early in the morning. When he saw Dumpling kicking the blanket away restlessly, he got up and walked over to her. Just as he covered her with the blanket, she turned over and kicked it away. Her foot almost landed on Zi Chen's face. His face darkened. He grabbed her little white foot and stuffed it under the blanket. However, Dumpling began to struggle uneasily again. Zi Chen was about to speak when he suddenly saw Dumpling frowning. There seemed to be tears at the corners of her eyes. There was panic in her eyes. Was she having a nightmare? He paused and gently patted Dumpling's face. Dumpling, wake up. Dumpling? Dumpling seemed to have fallen into a deep nightmare. Instinctively, she hugged his hand tightly. Tears kept rolling down from the corners of her eyes. Crystal clear teardrops fell on the pillow, quickly wetting the pillow. Zi Chen furrowed his brows, feeling a bit worried. He helped her wipe away her tears. Dumpling suddenly woke up. Grandpa clan leader. She sat up abruptly and looked at Zi Chen. Her eyes were full of panic. Zi Chen. Bad news. Grandpa Patriarch is in trouble. Zi Chen hugged her and patted her back. It's nothing. You just had a nightmare. Dumpling shook her head. No. It's real. It's real. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2183. Where's Ayu? I'm going to find Ayu. Dumpling was crying hard. Zi Chen's expression gradually became serious as he looked at her. He carried Dumpling in his arms and comforted her as he walked outside. Dumpling, don't cry. I'll take you to her. Dumpling hugged his neck and leaned over his shoulder. She nodded while sobbing. Her little body was still sobbing. Zi Chen's brows were tightly furrowed as he quickly walked outside. At first, he also thought that Dumpling was having a nightmare, but looking at her behavior, it really didn't seem like it. Could it be that something really happened? Zi Chen carried Dumpling and soon arrived at the city gate. Chu Luiyue seemed to sense something and turned around, just in time to see the two of them. What's wrong with you, Dumpling, what's wrong? Seeing Dumpling's red eyes, Chu Luiyue's heart immediately ached. Ah, you. Dumpling opened her arms, and Chu Luiyue took her into his arms and comforted her. What's wrong? What happened? Chu Luiyue kissed Dumpling gently on the face. Dumpling, don't be afraid. Ah, you is here. She looked at Zi Chen as she asked. Zi Chen shook his head. In fact, he wasn't sure what exactly happened. Dumpling's eyes were watery. Ah, you, something happened to Grandpa clan leader. Chu Luiyue was shocked. Something happened? What do you mean? Dumpling said. I was sleeping just now when I suddenly felt uncomfortable. After I woke up, I found that the aura that Grandpa clan leader left in my body was gone. And I can't sense the barrier of Phoenix God Mountain. As Dumpling spoke, sparkling and hot tears kept falling. Boo-hoo, she lay in Chu Luiyue's arms and sobbed. Chu Luiyue's heart sank. Ever since Dumpling went missing last time, Yizhao was afraid that something would happen to her again, so he paid extra attention to this aspect. That aura would not dissipate for no reason. In addition, the most important thing was that Tuanzi couldn't sense the enchantment of the divine Phoenix Mountain. As the young mistress of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan, Dumpling, who possessed the purest bloodline, had absolute control over that barrier. Dumpling, be good. Don't cry. Don't be afraid. Why don't you try again and see if you really can't contact him? Chu Luiyue comforted. Dumpling held back her tears and shook her head. Seeing her like this, Chu Luiyue knew that the situation must be bad. I knew something was wrong when Yizhao didn't show up after so long. Mao Zhen's expression was grave. I'm afraid something has happened to Phoenix God Mountain. Chu Luiyue pursed his lips tightly. Phoenix God Mountain was the territory of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. Hundreds of Crimson Gold Sky Phoenixes lived there. What exactly happened that made it so difficult for them to resist? We must go to Phoenix God Mountain as soon as possible, Chu Luiyue said. Master, about the meteor sect, little Hachi said hesitantly. Problems had arisen in both places, but they could only choose one place to go now. Chu Luiyue knitted his brows. At this moment, Rong Xiu's voice was heard. I will personally lead some people to the meteor sect. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw Rong Xiu walking toward them. You will personally go? Rong Xiu nodded. The meteor sect is a first-rate aristocratic family. The problem that forced them to this step is definitely not simple. I have already passed down the order. Yintian Tower will also send some people to go with you. Chu Luiyue felt a little relieved. She handed over the black feather. This is the only clue left behind by the meteor sect's people. Rong Xiu received the black feather. He then looked at Mao Zhen and cupped his hands in greeting. His expression was serious. Rong Xiu has a presumptuous request. I hope that Senior Mao Zhen will agree to it. Mao Zhen seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say. She said, You want me to go with you to the Phoenix God Mountain? Rong Xiu nodded. I know that this matter is a little difficult for you. But don't worry. I will go even if you don't ask. Mao Zhen heaved a long sigh. Her eyebrows also became serious. The relationship between the two ancient mythological beast clans was subtle. However, the other party couldn't stay out of trouble at a critical moment. Rong Xiu felt a little relieved. He walked over and embraced Chu Luiyue. Then, he kissed her forehead. Be careful. Chu Luiyue raised her eyes and looked at him. She nodded lightly. You too. Chu Luiyue and the group quickly ran toward the Phoenix God Mountain. After a period of running, they finally arrived at the sea. Standing on the shore and looking at the sea in the distance, they could vaguely see the undulating mountain peaks. But for some reason, Chu Luiyue felt that something seemed to have changed when she came here previously. The defense here has all disappeared. Just as she was lost in thought, Mao Zhen's words instantly woke her up. That's right. Starting from this sea, all the areas that extended toward the Phoenix God Mountain were actually under the jurisdiction of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. In the past, when they came here, they would feel a strong divine pressure even if they were just standing here. But now, there was nothing. Mao Zhen said in a low voice, I didn't restrain my aura. Logically, the Phoenix God Mountain should have sensed it. Someone would immediately come out and stop me. But now, a deathly silence ensued. Between heaven and earth, there was only the sound of the wind blowing across the sea. The sound of waves hitting the reefs echoed continuously. Chu Luiyue felt increasingly uneasy. Dumpling, let's go and take a look. Dumpling nodded with reddened eyes. Then, she waved her hand. Above the sea, a reddish-gold ice bridge quickly formed. Passing through the ice bridge, they quickly arrived in front of the Phoenix God Mountain's barrier. Until now, as the clan leader of the Great Phoenix Dragon Clan, Mao Zhen still did not feel any obstruction. This was enough to explain the problem. Ever since these two divine beast clans were born in ancient times, such a situation had never happened. Dumpling could not care less. She rushed forward and was about to open the barrier. However, that layer of translucent barrier seemed to be frozen and did not move at all. Dumpling suddenly widened her eyes. How can this be? Chu Luiyue's heart sank. Because of the purest bloodline, it was always easy for Tuanzi to control the boundary. She could open and close it whenever she wanted. This was the first time such a situation had happened. She walked forward and covered the barrier with her hand. It was cold to the touch. Soon, a layer of silver frost began to rapidly condense under her palm. Chu Luiyue's heart jumped and she immediately retracted her hand. However, there was already a palm-sized frost mark on the barrier. Looking at the layer of frost, Chu Liuyue's temples suddenly twitched. This was, bang. Before she could figure it out, Tuanzi had already kicked at the boundary. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2184. Bang. A muffled sound could be heard. However, there were no cracks on the barrier other than the rapidly condensing frost. This barrier was extremely sturdy. Even Dumpling's full-powered attack could not break it. Chu Luyue looked at Mao Zhen. Senior Mao Zhen, do you have any ideas? Mao Zhen shook his head. This barrier is condensed with the bloodline power of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. Once I make a move, the situation will only become more troublesome. After all, he was the clan leader of the Great Phoenix Dragon clan. Chu Luyue slowly clenched her fists. In that case, it will be extremely difficult to break this barrier. At this moment, a reddish-gold stream of light suddenly flew out from between Dumpling's brows. It was a long feather. Ancestor's golden feather? Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat. Dumpling, why did you summon it? Under normal circumstances, this ancestor's golden feather would only appear when Dumpling opened her meridians. Chu Luyue could not be blamed for being too nervous. It was because the previous incident had left a deep impression on her. Every time she thought of Dumpling's hands bound by iron chains and covered in blood, her heart trembled faintly. Dumpling shook her head blankly. It's not me. The ancestor's golden feather slowly floated forward and landed lightly on the barrier. In an instant, a shocking and vast pressure spread out from within. The frozen enchantment instantly melted. An entrance quickly appeared in front of them. It was the ancestor's golden feather that flew out and opened this barrier. Then, the ancestor's golden feather flew into the barrier, and Dumpling immediately followed. Chu Luyue and the others followed closely behind and entered the Phoenix God Mountain. The moment they entered, a thick smell of blood drifted out from the air. Chu Luyue knew that something was wrong and immediately looked up. She was instantly stunned by what she saw. As far as the eye could see, the mountain peak had collapsed, the forest had collapsed, and there were messy bloodstains everywhere. It was clear that they had just gone through an extremely bitter battle. Chu Liuyue's heart tightened as he looked at Dumpling. Dumpling bit her lips tightly and headed straight for the Phoenix Shrine. A bottomless pit appeared in the plaza in front of the Phoenix Shrine. Rocks tumbled down and dust scattered in all directions. The thick smell of blood drifted out from this place. The dark red, dried bloodstains were evidence of everything that had happened here. Grandpa Chief. Dumpling suddenly choked with sobs and shouted, throwing herself into a pile of rocks. She lifted the rocks and pulled out a scarlet gold feather that was stained with blood from the bottom of the pile. Her face and hands were stained with dust and blood, but she couldn't care less about herself. She just held the feather in her hands and cried. Chu Luyue quickly rushed over. Dumpling. She held Dumpling in her arms and looked at the feather again. The aura on it indeed belonged to Yi Zhao. Chu Liuyue's lips were tightly pursed. Yi Zhao was the chief of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. His strength was extremely tyrannical, and almost no one in the entire Divine Ruins could be his match. Who was it that hurt him? And who destroyed this place to this extent? She took a few steps forward and came to the edge of the deep pit. She looked down. A familiar gloomy aura surged up from below. Chu Liuyue's heart suddenly felt like it was being tightly clenched by something. This aura, it was exactly the same as the hand at the bottom of Lingxiao College's Mountain of Wine and the eye in the Red Moon Desert. An extremely preposterous guess appeared in Chu Liuyue's mind. Perhaps, a part of that person's incomplete divine body was also hidden here. She held her breath. Who would have thought that such a shocking secret was actually hidden under the plaza in front of the Phoenix Shrine? She suddenly turned around and looked at the Phoenix Shrine. Fortunately, the Phoenix Shrine was enveloped by a layer of barrier, and it did not seem to have suffered any damage. Grand, majestic, and solemn. As always. Chu Luyue carried Dumpling and turned to leave. Mao Zhen hurriedly asked, where are you going? Chu Luiyue said firmly. Fenghuang Valley. Fenghuang Valley was not far from the Phoenix Shrine, and they quickly arrived. A gigantic barrier enveloped the entire area. And within it, one could vaguely see balls of light. Chu Luiyue was very familiar with this. When the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clansmen rested here, they would all enter their own balls of light. When she and Dumpling first came here, it was also like this. But at that time, there were not so many balls of light. But now, as far as the eye could see, there were at least 100. Dumpling looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. At this time, her tears were almost all gone. Are the remaining members of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan all here? Chu Luiyue muttered softly. Dumpling clenched the 2 feathers in her hands. One was the ancestor's golden feather, and the other was Yi Zhao's feather. Hearing Chu Luiyue's words, Dumpling turned to look at her. They seem to have fallen asleep. Fallen asleep? Yes. Yes, they have fallen asleep. Dumpling used the back of her hand to rub the corners of her eyes. Her voice was still choked with sobs, but it was obvious that she was holding it in. Grandpa clan leader made them fall asleep. Chu Luiyue's brows twitched slightly as she looked at the huge barrier that enveloped the entire Fenghuang Valley. If that's the case, then this barrier was also left behind by Senior Yi Zhao. Tuanzi nodded hard and said, there were also a few grandpa elders who seemed to have helped. There were also a few other people's auras mixed in. Chu Luiyue was even more certain of her conjecture. It seemed that something had happened to the Divine Phoenix Mountain. Yi Zhao had used all his strength to protect the Divine Phoenix Hall and Fenghuang Valley, but he had disappeared with the thing buried under the plaza. Chu Luiyue was certain that Yi Zhao was still alive. Because if Yi Zhao died, Dumpling would automatically inherit the position of clan leader. The Divine Phoenix Hall would definitely sense it. But now, such a situation had not occurred. However, it would be extremely difficult to find Yi Zhao now. The barrier outside the Divine Phoenix Mountain should have been personally created by Senior Yi Zhao. This was the only way to protect the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. Dumpling, can you detect where Senior Yi Zhao went? Chu Luiyue asked. Dumpling shook her head. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and looked up hesitantly. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening. A silver bridge gradually appeared at the point where the sky met the earth. It extended upwards bit by bit, and was clearly longer than yesterday. Dumpling stared at the bridge. That feeling was getting stronger. Grandpa clan leader, is there? Chu Luiyue frowned. Could it be that Yi Zhao was also in the illusory god palace? On the other side, Rong Xiu was leading Umo and the rest towards the meteor sect. Before they arrived, they saw a ball of fire from afar. The fire that covered the sky seemed to have swallowed everything. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2185. The meteor sect was a first-rate aristocratic family in the Divine Ruins world. It had been passed down for thousands of years. It had a deep foundation and a huge influence. However, at this moment, the crazily burning sea of fire easily swallowed everything. Rong Xiu's sword-like eyebrows knitted together. At this moment, a group of black-armored soldiers flew over from the direction of the sea of fire. The totem of the Yuntian Tower was engraved on their collars. These people were Rong Xiu's Black Knights. Your Highness. Hundreds of soldiers saluted in unison. Rong Xiu asked, where are they? Your Highness, I rushed over immediately after receiving your order. However, I was still a step too late. When I arrived here, the fire had already started. Most of the people of the meteor sect had already died. Only 157 people survived. Now, I have arranged for them to stay 100 miles to the southwest. How are the head of the Shi clan and Shi Royer? The head of the Shi clan had already perished in order to protect his clansmen. The second miss of the Shi clan is fine now. She is just grieving and unwilling to speak. It would be hard for anyone to accept such a thing. Rong Xiu nodded. I will go and take a look. You don't have to follow me. The soldiers felt strange. However, they had always respected Rongshio's orders. Therefore, they didn't ask or dissuade him. They respectfully complied and waited in place. Although it was dangerous, His Highness's strength was unfathomable. Therefore, they didn't need to worry. Rongshio moved and arrived in the sky above the blazing fire. The houses had already been engulfed by the sea of fire. Only their vague outlines were left. The scorching heat caused the temperature of the surrounding air to rise by a lot. Even a river not far away was on the verge of drying up. Every inch of space was suffering from the terrifying heat. It was almost distorted. Rongshio looked down. A huge mirror slowly emerged from the endless flames. The flames danced crazily at the edges. However, they seemed to be afraid of the mirror. They didn't dare to approach it. Soon, a figure was reflected in the mirror. It was a face identical to Rongshio's. That person was dressed in a black robe and his gaze was deep and profound. Disdainful, cold, and noble. He looked at Rongshio and spoke slowly. You should go back. Patriarch, why don't you sit down and rest for a while? An old voice came from behind. Rui shook his head and didn't say anything. He was still looking into the distance. This place was over 100 kilometers away, but they could still see the flames that soared into the sky. One could only imagine how bad the situation there had become. And they had just escaped from that hellish place. It used to be her home. Her father had already passed away, and she had accepted the order to officially inherit the position of the head of the family. Ever since she was young, she had always been groomed as the next patriarch. However, she had never imagined that she would stand in this position under such circumstances. Her eyes were red, but not a single tear fell from them. That fire had completely evaporated her tears. She didn't even have the strength to cry now. She was just standing there with the last of her willpower. The old man standing behind her felt sorry for her. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but persuade her. Patriarch, you have already done your best. If you hadn't sent that message for help, the people of the Yuntian Tower wouldn't have come. I'm afraid that now. Rui was in a daze. Actually, she didn't have much hope at that time. After all, everything had happened too suddenly. The only thing she could think of at that time was to ask for help from the Peach Blossom Cove. Fortunately, the Yuntian Tower had come in time. Otherwise, the entire meteor sect would have been destroyed. At this moment, a tall figure was rapidly approaching from afar. It was Rongshio. Several black-armored soldiers of the Yuntian Tower followed behind him. The people behind Rui stood up one after another. Saint. Rui stepped forward and bowed solemnly. Her voice was choked with sobs. Thank you for saving us, Saint. Rongshio said, now that the meteor sect has been destroyed, you can't go back. They will escort you all the way back to the Peach Blossom Cove. You will stay there for the time being. You are Yu's friend. If she wants to save you, I will help you. Rui took a deep breath. The meteor sect will never be able to repay the kindness of the two of you. Rongshio nodded. He turned around and was about to leave. Rui was startled. She hastily asked, Saint, aren't you going back to the Peach Blossom Cove with us? Rongshio didn't stop walking. I have an important matter to take care of at the Yuntian Tower. I won't go back for the time being. Rui was startled for a moment. Then, she nodded. Rongshio was probably worried about the Yuntian Tower since such a thing had happened to the meteor sect. Therefore, it was normal for him to go back. Before she could say anything, Rongshio had already left with Umo looking at the figure that quickly disappeared into the distance. Rui felt an inexplicable sense of unease. At this moment, the bridge on the horizon had quietly appeared. Rui slowly clenched her fists. Phoenix God Mountain. After confirming that most of her clansmen had only fallen into a deep sleep, Dumpling's heart finally calmed down a little. It was just that finding Yi Zhao next was a huge problem. I wonder how Elder Yu and the others are doing now. Chu Luiyue looked at Dumpling as she thought of this. Dumpling, are they still at the Phoenix God Mountain? Yes. Dumpling nodded. She pointed at the Phoenix God Palace. Elder Yu and the others seemed to be inside. But what? Tuanzi bit her hand and said uncertainly, I'm sorry. There seems to be one person missing. Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat. Who's missing? Great Elder. Yi Gong. Chu Luiyue frowned. Yi Gong was already at odds with Dumpling. After Dumpling became the young master, Yi Gong suffered a huge blow and rarely came out. Why did he suddenly disappear now? In the dark and cramped cage, Lan Xiao was leaning against the wall with his legs crossed. His expression was still casual. I say, you're really boring like this. We've already discussed it and even signed a contract. How can you tear it up unilaterally like this? You even locked yours truly and the others up. You don't really think that we'll listen to you just because you're locked up, do you? He sneered and turned over. It's been so long, and you still haven't given up? How childish. Let me give you a piece of advice. I'm very hot-tempered. You can't control me. You'd better hurry up and let me out before I get angry. That low and hoarse voice finally sounded. You guys have already broken the contract by tempering your divine body without permission. If you really want to talk about punishment, you guys should be the first. Lan Xiao chuckled, sat up, and smiled evilly. Not only did I temper my divine body, but that Tianlei was also sent by you, Why? Are you envious? Let me remind you, what she sent over, is a golden heavenly lightning. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2186. Smack. A black whip suddenly flew up and ruthlessly lashed Lan Zhao's face. Dark red blood stains quickly appeared on his handsome and exquisite face. It was a ghastly sight. Lan Xiao reached out and wiped his face with his thumb. When he saw the bloodstain, he cursed under his breath. Damn you! Do you know how precious my face is? He had waited for a full 10,000 years for this face to appear. If you continue to resist and struggle in vain, let alone your face, even your divine body will cease to exist. Lan Xiao sneered. Sure. Then why don't you kill me now? On account of our past friendship, if you give me a quick death, I might be grateful to you in the underworld. When you go to the underworld in the future, I might even make things easier for you. Forget it. It's better if you don't dirty my underworld. Disgusting. As he spoke, Lan Xiao lay down again and placed his hands behind his head. He looked like he was waiting for death. However, the voice disappeared and no longer paid any attention to him. After a long while, Lan Xiao scoffed. Of course, he didn't dare to kill him. He didn't dare to kill any of them. However, this kind of life was really not meant for humans. Force flickered in his palm and quickly brushed across his face. That wound healed quickly. He had a divine body, so it was naturally more convenient to deal with it. I'll remember this wound. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes again. Phoenix God Mountain. Chu Luiyue was thinking about Yi Zhao when he suddenly heard Zi Chen's low and cold voice. Master, look over there. Chu Luiyue heard him and looked in the direction he was pointing. The night was dark. The bridge at the edge of the sky was still extending upwards. In the clouds where the bridge disappeared, there seemed to be a few silver flowing lights flashing. Then, more and more flowing lights surged out and intertwined with each other. They gathered together and gradually formed a huge silhouette. That's, Chu Luiyue squinted his eyes and looked carefully. Then, his pupils constricted. It was a door. It floated quietly in the air, majestic, powerful, and unapproachable. That's the Illusion God Palace's heavenly gate? Zi Chen suddenly realized something and asked in a deep voice. Chu Luiyue didn't say anything. The reason for that was because there were even more rays of light gathering behind the door, forming the outline of a magnificent city. Behind the clouds, the legendary illusory god palace was faintly discernible. Looks like the gate of heaven is really about to open. Once this commotion was made, it was unknown how many cultivators in the divine ruins world rushed over like ducks. Mao Zhen frowned. This was a huge temptation to all cultivators. Even if they knew that the road ahead was dangerous, they would still proceed without hesitation. What do you plan to do next? He looked at Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue hugged Dumpling tightly and said word by word, to the illusory god palace. Chu Luyue and the others left the divine Phoenix Mountain. Fortunately, Dumpling had the ancestors' golden feather, which made it convenient for them to enter and leave freely. After they left, they continued to freeze the barrier. Under such circumstances, this was undoubtedly the best choice. Everything that happened at the Divine Phoenix Mountain made Mao Zhen worried about Divine Dragon Island, so he didn't follow Chu Luyue back to the Peach Blossom Cove. Instead, he returned to Divine Dragon Island. Chu Luyue sped along. Along the way, he saw many cultivators heading straight for the bridge in the sky. The entire divine ruins seemed to be faintly restless. Chu Luyue returned to the Peach Blossom Cove as quickly as possible. When he reached the city gate, he ran into Shi Rui and the others. Seeing Chu Luyue, Shi Rui, who had been holding back for a long time, burst into tears again. However, she forced herself to hold it in, but her eyes were still filled with sadness. Chu Luyue saw the sorry state of the group and guessed what had happened. She immediately walked over. "Greetings, Princess." The Black Knights bowed respectfully. Chu Luyue nodded and motioned for them to rise. She looked around and realized that Rongxiu wasn't here. "Where's the Holy Sun?" she asked. The leader of the soldiers immediately said, "Princess, the Holy Sun has something important to attend to," so he returned to the Yuntian Tower. Chu Luyue was stunned. Did he say when he would be back? His Highness said that he would need some time, but he didn't say when he would be back. Chu Luyue felt a little strange. Rongxiu had rushed back. Did something really happen at the Yuntian Tower? However, she was afraid that the entire Divine Ruins world would be in chaos, and the Yuntian Tower wouldn't be spared either. She put away these thoughts and looked at Shi Rui. Come with me." The remaining people of the Meteor sect were quickly settled down. Hundreds of Black Knights from the Yuntian Tower were also left behind at the Yu residence, and were responsible for guarding this place. Chu Luyue brought Shi Rui back and asked her in detail. Unfortunately, Shi Rui didn't know what had happened. "I was cultivating at that time, but I suddenly heard the sound of fighting outside. I felt strange, so I went out to take a look. In the end, I saw that the people of the Meteor sect were killing each other. There weren't many people in the Meteor sect, and they had a good relationship with each other. They didn't have any life or death grudges. Therefore, I felt that something was wrong when I saw this. However, before I could catch those people and ask them about it, a big fire suddenly started in the Ancestral Hall. The fire spread very quickly, and the entire Meteor sect suffered disastrous casualties. We were only able to escape thanks to the Yuntian Tower's Black Knights. Otherwise..." Shi Rui couldn't help but feel sorrowful as she recalled everything that had happened before. Chu Luyue gently patted her hand, but he also knew that this kind of pain could not be comforted by others. She thought for a moment and frowned. Those people probably won't be able to find anything, but how did the fire start in the Ancestral Hall? Shi Rui shook her head. "I don't know. When I rushed over, the sea of fire had already engulfed the entire Ancestral Hall. I could only vaguely see that the flames seemed to be gushing out from the ground of the Ancestral Hall." "Underground?" Chu Luyue's nerves suddenly tightened. Shi Rui nodded. Seeing her reaction, he couldn't help but be stunned. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Chu Luyue took a deep breath. "I'm afraid there's a big problem. This situation was extremely similar to the situation at the Phoenix God Mountain. She pondered for a moment and said, I plan to go to the illusory God Palace. Shi Ruier was shocked. Now? Chu Luiyue nodded and looked at the sky outside. At this moment, the sky was already bright. However, the bridge at the edge of the sky didn't disappear like before. The city had already disappeared, but the gate was still standing in the sky, shining brightly. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath. The illusory God Palace's heavenly gate is about to open. It was waiting for her. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2187. Chu Luiyue called Sun Yi over to discuss the matter of heading to the illusory God Palace together. This subordinate will naturally go with Master. Sun Yi didn't seem surprised by Chu Luiyue's decision. Or rather, from the moment that line of words flashed in the sky, he had already been prepared for it. Peach Blossom Dock can't be left alone. You should stay. Chu Luiyue was halfway through when he saw Sun Yi's expression. He swallowed the rest of his words. Forget it. Come with me. Yes. Who else does Master plan to bring with him to the 13U sect? Chu Luiyue pondered seriously for a moment. Sanson will be in charge of watching over Peach Blossom Dock. Wu Yao and Yu Jiu will stay behind to watch over the Dao Gate realm. 13 is too young, so he will stay as well. Oh right, there's also Shi Fang. Let him continue to grow vegetables in the Yu residence. In that case, only Hua Shuangshuang and Little Hachi would go with him. Tang Ku and Sir Su's identities are special. I'm afraid it won't be convenient. It's more appropriate to invite Taizu. There were many experts in Peach Blossom Dock, but this trip was dangerous and there were too many uncertainties. Chu Luiyue had to be very careful. After all, from the situation with the Meteor Sect and Phoenix God Mountain, Peach Blossom Dock had to leave enough combat power to prevent any accidents. Sun Yi lowered his eyes slightly. A dark light seemed to flash through his indifferent and narrow eyes. Then, he looked up and asked. Chang Wanzhou. Master, do you want to bring him along? Chu Luiyue was stunned. Little Zhou? Sun Yi nodded. Although he's only a high god now, his strength is not bad and his potential is not small. This might be a rare opportunity for him. Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment. You're right. Then let's bring Little Zhou along. She had seen Little Zhou's combat power. Moreover, he had followed her for a long time. Most of the time, he naturally knew what to do without her saying anything. But, Sun Yi, when did you become so close to Little Zhou? Chu Luiyue sized up Sun Yi strangely. Based on her understanding of Sun Yi, other than the 13th Yu, he wasn't interested in anything else. Now, he actually took the initiative to mention Xiao Zhou's name. This was extremely rare. Sun Yi's lips twitched as he smiled faintly. He's Master's man. If Master can trust him, then so can I. As long as it was convenient for her Master, nothing else mattered. This was indeed the answer Sun Yi gave. Chu Luiyue put away those chaotic thoughts. All right, it's settled then. Go inform them. I'll go find Taizu. They set off at night. I'll go with you. Shi Ruier suddenly stood up. Chu Luiyue shook his head. You're injured and need to recuperate. Moreover, your status is different now. So, the entire Meteor Sect still needs to rely on you. Shi Ruier's expression immediately changed when she heard this. She pursed her lips tightly. After a long time, she said, all right. I'll listen to you. If there's anything you need, I and the entire Meteor Sect will definitely do it. Chu Luiyue patted her shoulder lightly before turning around and leaving. Soon, it was night time. That silver bridge was especially bright and resplendent in the night sky. As expected, the silhouette of that city appeared once again. Moreover, it was even clearer than the previous day. Before they set off, Chu Luiyue arrived at the Dao realm. Today, Yu Jiu was in charge of guarding this place. She already knew that Chu Luyue and the rest were planning to head to the illusory god palace. Therefore, she felt strange when she saw her here. "Master, why are you here?" Chu Luyue shook his head. "It's nothing. I'm just worried that something might happen to this Dao realm, so I came to take a look." Yuzhou hugged the wooden sword in her arms and smiled. "Don't worry. During this period of time, this Dao realm has been very stable. Although it still can't be passed through, it's much better than before when the situation was getting worse." Chu Luyue walked to the front of the barrier and stared at it. Above the Dao realm, the light flickered and remained calm. She stood there quietly, as if she was waiting for something. She was waiting for the scene from that day to appear again. However, after waiting for a long time, the scene she expected did not appear. That mirror did not appear above the Dao realm, nor did it reflect her figure. "Master?" Seeing that Chu Luyue stood there for a long time without any reaction, Yuzhou called out. Chu Luyue came back to her senses. She felt a little regretful. "I guess I won't be able to see it today," she exhaled softly and turned to leave. "Guard it well." "Yes." The night wind was cold. Under the starry sky, Chu Luyue and the others rushed toward the bridge. Chu Luyue originally wanted to go with Rong Xiu, but Rong Xiu had returned to the Yuntian Tower and did not know when he would return. She had Yan Qing pass the message and led the others there first. In fact, the same scene was playing out in the entire Divine Ruins world. Countless cultivators, with all kinds of thoughts, rushed toward the rumored illusory god palace. In the vast sky, there were no stars and no moon. Only the gradually revealed appearance of the huge city attracted everyone's attention. It seemed to have existed here since ancient times. It was incomparably noble and unmoving. And that bridge was the only existence that people could touch. Whether or not they could ascend to the heavens and enter when the heaven gate opened became everyone's hope. The bridge was very far away from them. Even though Chu Luyue and the others traveled at full speed, it took them half a month to reach it. Looking from afar, it was a sea. The silver bridge grew from the sea and extended toward the sky, connecting with the magnificent city. Countless rays of light scattered down. It was brilliant. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2188. At this moment, countless cultivators had gathered on the shore. They all looked up with unconcealable eagerness and anticipation in their eyes. Chu Liyue's arrival caused a commotion among the crowd. "That person from Peach Blossom Dock is here. I heard that Senior Tang Ku and Mr. Su forged nearly 100 venerable divine artifacts together and gave them all to Peach Blossom Dock as gifts. I wonder what kind of scene that is. I've long heard of Sheng Guanyu's fame, but I didn't expect to meet her here. What's so strange about that? The Illusion God Palace's heaven gate is about to open, and countless cultivators are rushing here to enter. She's no exception. But isn't that person from Yuntian Tower always with her? Why isn't she here this time? Sheng Guanyu seems to be very confident in herself since she only brought so few people here. However, the Illusory God Palace isn't a place that just anyone can enter." Everyone was discussing. During this period of time, Chu Luyue could be said to be extremely famous in the Divine Ruins world. Thus, everyone was inevitably filled with curiosity and probing about her. Chu Luyue didn't care about the various gazes and voices around her. She focused her gaze in front of her. The bluish-black seawater was churning, and the waves kept crashing against the rocks, splashing water everywhere. What was different from other sea regions was that the seawater here contained an extremely abundant amount of energy. Even though they were just standing on the shore, they could still feel the pressure that was hard to ignore. There was nothing on the surface of the sea other than the silver bridge. "There's no sign of life here at all." Sheng Guanjing frowned and said in a low voice. Other than them, this place seemed to be too quiet. Only the sound of the waves kept echoing in their ears. Chu Luyue stared at the mysterious sea and said softly, "The seawater is too rich. The energy in the seawater is too abundant. Naturally, no living creatures will approach it. Master, What's the reason for that? Little Hachi blinked and came over curiously. Isn't it better for cultivation if there's more energy? Chu Liuyue's lips curled up. Generally speaking, that's true. However, the prerequisite was that the body had to be able to withstand the irrigation and erosion of these powers. If he couldn't control it, it would only do more harm than good. Previously, in the palace in the Red Moon Desert, such a problem had occurred. I see. Little Hachi nodded and rested her chin on her hand. However, this place is indeed very strange. There is so much heaven and earth energy here, but it doesn't spread outwards. It only fills this place. It's as if there's an invisible barrier that's sealing everything. Chu Luyue looked at the silver bridge thoughtfully. Right at this moment, the sound of a bell suddenly came from the sky. Boom! The distant and boundless sound of the bell reverberated throughout the world. Everyone's heart trembled. The gate of heaven is opening. Someone in the crowd shouted, but it was not difficult to hear the suppressed excitement in the voice. Do we have to cross that bridge? Then we'll have to cross this sea first and reach that bridge. This sea is a little strange. Won't it be dangerous? If it's dangerous, we'll just have to be careful. We can't possibly give up eating for fear of choking and just watch, right? Although they knew that the road ahead was dangerous, it could not erase the yearning in their hearts. This old man will go first. A black-robed elder stroked his beard and took the lead. Chu Luyue glanced at him. She did not recognize that elder, but from his aura, there was no doubt that he was a venerable god expert. At a time like this, a venerable god expert would indeed be more confident. Everyone focused their gazes on him. The black-robed elder came to the shore and waved his hand, setting up a crimson barrier around him. Then, with a tap of his foot, he quickly headed toward the silver bridge in the center of the sea. Wherever he passed, ripples would appear on the surface of the sea. Then, everyone saw that the elder's speed had clearly slowed down. The rich heaven and earth energy was like a swamp, slowing down his pace. The black-robed elder was shocked. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, so heavy that he almost could not breathe. He quickly circulated the origin power in his body, barely keeping his body from falling. Even so, he was still slowed down by a lot. He was only halfway there, but the energy in his body was already exhausted at an alarming rate. When he finally arrived in front of the silver bridge, his forehead was already covered in sweat. Only when he stepped onto the silver bridge did he feel the pressure on his body instantly lessen. Phew, he let out a long breath and stood there for a long while before recovering. When he looked back, he still felt some lingering fear. If he had been a little later, he really might not have been able to hold on and would have fallen into the sea. He looked at the people standing on the shore and said with lingering fear, "I'm afraid that only venerable gods can barely pass through the sea. Those below venerable gods should just give up." Everyone looked at each other when they heard that. Many of those who came here were venerable gods, but the proportion of high gods was definitely not small either. How could the high gods here be willing to give up just because of this? Is he just trying to fool us? We're just flying over this sea. How can he be so exaggerated? That's right. This distance isn't that far. Why is it that only venerable gods can pass through? Isn't that a little too exaggerated? But he doesn't look like he's lying. No matter what, we shouldn't believe anyone's words at a time like this, okay? For a moment, there were differing opinions. Rather than saying that they did not believe the black-robed elder, it was more accurate to say that they were unwilling to give up just like that. They had gone through so much trouble to get here. How could they just leave after listening to someone else's words? Seeing everyone's reaction, the black-robed elder felt stifled and waved his sleeves. That's all I have to say. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You're courting death. If anything happens later, don't blame me for not warning you. Many people hesitated for a while, but in the end, they still chose to go forward. If we go together, we might be able to support each other. Perhaps we can pass through smoothly. That makes sense. Then we'll just follow behind them. A few moments later, Chu Luiyue saw 3 people holding hands as they walked forward. Of these 3, one was a venerable god while the other 2 were high gods. All of them looked rather young. It was no wonder they were so arrogant. The 3 of them walked forward smugly, but they soon realized how serious the situation was. Layers upon layers of pressure were surging in from all sides, almost crushing them. The energy in their bodies was rapidly being consumed, but even so, they found it difficult to move forward. When they were 1/3 of the way through, one of them couldn't hold on any longer and fell into the sea. Splash! Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2189. That person fell into the water and disappeared into the sea. The 2 people above looked down and were about to try to retrieve that person when suddenly, their eyes widened in shock. The body of the person who had just fallen had already been minced into pieces by the astonishing power in the sea. A smear of blood slowly spread, and the thick smell of blood rushed into their nostrils. The remaining pieces of flesh and blood rushed to the surface of the sea and were quickly drowned by the waves. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, that person did not even have time to call for help before he was completely swallowed and died. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their backs. This sea, plop. Another person could not hold on and fell. This time, only the god was left in the group of 3 in the blink of an eye. However, his current situation was not optimistic. The 2 people beside him fell one after another and died in front of his eyes, which was a huge blow to him. He was dazed for a moment, took a deep breath, and coughed because of the thick smell of blood. This finally made him come back to his senses, and he quickly fled without thinking. He ran madly in the direction of the silver bridge. The origin power in his body burned wildly, and his face was pale and his whole body was in pain. However, he could not care about anything else at this time. He only knew that he could rush forward as fast as he could. Finally, before he ran out of energy, he arrived at the silver bridge. As soon as he stepped on it, his body went weak and he staggered, almost falling to the ground. The black-robed elder who came first saw this and frowned. "Now, you still don't believe this old man's words?" Everyone fell silent. They had all seen the tragic scene just now. It was already difficult for a god to cross by himself, let alone bring others. However, if that was the case, wouldn't many of them really have to stop here? The gate of heaven is about to open, and everyone wants to go to the illusory god palace, but it's not that easy. The strong are respected, and if you don't have enough strength, you're just courting death. The black-robed elder's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads. Although it was unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. Those 2 gods were quite strong, but what happened in the end? All of them fell into the sea and were completely annihilated. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Could it be that only venerables can enter the illusory god palace? Someone muttered in a low voice. His voice was filled with disappointment and defeat. Sheng Wanjing looked at Chu Luiyue and asked hesitantly, "Little you, what do you think we should do now?" There were a total of 6 of them. He, Chu Luiyue, and Sun Yi were all honored gods. The remaining 3 were only high gods. Chu Luiyue said, "Let's go together." Together? Sheng Wanjing frowned. She had clearly seen the situation just now. It was impossible for her not to know how dangerous it was to do so. But she was still so insistent. "Little girl, you, why don't you think about it again? The road ahead is dangerous. If we advance recklessly, I'm afraid." "Taizu, don't worry. I know what to do. I won't gamble with Shuang and the others' lives." Chu Liuyue's voice was very soft, but her tone was very firm. Many people around them heard their conversation and turned to look at them. They looked at Chu Luiyue as if they were looking at a stubborn lunatic. What did Sheng Wanjing just say? All of them? Did she make a mistake? Half of them are only high gods. I've heard that she's very bold. Now that I've met her today, she really lives up to her reputation. Where did she get her confidence from? Heh, I'd like to see how she's going to bring those people over safely. There was no lack of people in the crowd who wanted to see a joke. Seeing Chu Liuyue's insistence, Sheng Guanjing could only agree. Then, be careful. Chu Liyue nodded. She tapped the tip of her foot lightly, and her slender and delicate figure instantly flew up and landed on the surface of the sea. Boundless pressure instantly surged in from all directions, enveloping her completely. Almost at the same time, turbulent force surged out of Chu Liuyue's dantian and filled every yuan meridian around her. A layer of beautiful soft armor covered her body and flickered with a faint glow. The two forces inside and outside her body clashed with each other and instantly cancelled out a lot of the pressure. Moreover, she had summoned her godly body, which greatly reduced the impact on her body. After a series of actions, she easily resolved the problem of the terrifying pressure around her. The only troublesome thing was that it consumed a terrifying amount of force. However, coincidentally, this was what she lacked the most. Chu Liyue continuously urged the force in her body to surge out. To others, this place might be extremely dangerous, but to her, it was really nothing. Shuang shuang. Chu Liyue turned around and shouted at the people who were still standing on the shore. Hua Shuang reacted quickly and immediately responded. Before he finished speaking, he was already charging toward Chu Liyue. Like the others before him, he slowed down the moment he stepped onto the sea. At this moment, a silver-red flowing light surged out from Chu Liyue's body and drew a brilliant rainbow under the dark sky. Divine territory? Seeing this scene, the two venerated gods standing on the silver bridge could not help but exclaim in shock. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Others might not know, but the two of them knew best. On the surface of the sea, the pressure was heavy. It was already extremely difficult to pass through, let alone anything else. In any case, the two of them had been completely suppressed earlier and could not summon their own divine territories. However, Chu Liyue seemed to be very relaxed. The silver-red divine territory surged like a river and reached Hua Shuang in the blink of an eye. With this divine territory, Hua Shuang's movements became much more convenient. His figure flashed, and he quickly moved forward along the god domain. Chu Liyue's divine territory covered almost half of the sea. Hua Shuang did not take long to reach the silver bridge from the shore. Finally, with a leap, he landed firmly on the silver bridge. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Is this possible? Is this possible? Little Hachi! Chu Liyue shouted again. Little Hachi tucked her hair behind her ears and walked forward, twisting her slender waist. As she walked, she waved her hand at the person who had made sarcastic remarks just now and chuckled. Just now, you said that you wanted to see what our master would do, right? Now, you have to watch carefully. After all, this is an opportunity that you can only watch. As she spoke, she flew up and followed Hua Shuang's path. It did not take much effort for her to reach Hua Shuang's side. Oh, it's so crowded here. Little Hachi covered her mouth and smiled. I'll have to trouble the two seniors to move over there. There are still quite a few people behind us. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2190. The eyes of the two venerable gods who were the first to arrive twitched. Why do these words sound so infuriating? However, little Hachi was enchanting and beautiful, and she smiled sweetly. They could not throw a tantrum at a young lady, so they could only walk stiffly to the side. Thank you, seniors. Little Hachi's smile deepened as she yawned. Hey, second brother, don't you think it's boring? Hua Shuang knew that she had always been the most vengeful. She must have been angered by those people's mockery just now, so she deliberately angered them. He gently knocked little Hachi's forehead. You've been spoiled by your master. Little Hachi snorted. Hua Shuang continued to comfort her. Why don't we guess who can come over? Isn't this a little interesting? Little Eighth was instantly energized and nudged him with his elbow. His brows relaxed as he smiled. Second brother, I haven't seen you in a few years, but but you haven't changed at all. Yes, I still like to watch shows like before. But I like it too. Look at those people's expressions. It's really exciting. Just now, they were all waiting to add insult to injury, but now, they're all stunned on the spot and can't say a word, right? There aren't many opportunities to slap people in the face, so I have to seize it. Hua Shuangshuang said seriously. I'm also worried that everyone can't come over. After all, it's not easy to come here, right? If we can only watch others pass by, wouldn't it be very uncomfortable? The two of them echoed each other, making the group of people so angry that their faces turned green. However, the truth was right in front of them. Chu Luiyue had indeed sent them all over easily. Even if they wanted to refute, they could not find anything to say. Amidst the strange silence, Chang Wanzhou quickly arrived. Finally, Cin Yi and Sheng Guanjing arrived. After they arrived at the Silver Bridge, Chu Luiyue moved his wrist and planned to put away the God Realm. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Master Yu, wait. Chu Luiyue turned around. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. Master Yu, we have a presumptuous request. Since it's a presumptuous request, there's no need to say it. Chu Luiyue interrupted the other party and quickly put away his divine territory. With a single step, he arrived on the Silver Bridge. Everyone was speechless. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned into the color of a pig's liver. He was extremely embarrassed. However, he still refused to give up. He gritted his teeth and continued. Master Yu. We just want to ask you for a favor. As long as you can help us cross this sea, we will reward you handsomely. Chu Luiyue looked at him strangely. Heavy reward? How heavy is it? The man choked instantly. In the Divine Ruins world, who didn't know that Chu Luiyue was rich? There was a large group of divine beasts, a large pile of venerable divine artifacts, and all kinds of precious heavenly treasures. What did she lack? What could possibly catch her eye? Perhaps it was because he was questioned by Chu Luiyue in front of so many people. The man felt a little embarrassed. His expression became a little unsightly. To Master Yu, this is just a piece of cake. Even so, Master Yu is still unwilling to help. Chu Luiyue was stunned for a moment before he chuckled softly. Little Hachi blinked and said coquettishly. Master, so there really is such a shameless person in this world? He's not related to me at all, yet he has the cheek to ask me for help like this? TSK, what a big face. Most importantly, he's very ugly. That's even uglier. The man's expression instantly turned even uglier. You. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2191. Let's not talk about whether this is a piece of cake for me. Even if it is, it has nothing to do with you, does it? Little Hachi and the others are my people, so of course I have to take them with me. As for you, if you're willing to return to Peach Blossom Cove and call me a master for the rest of your life, I can consider it. Chu Luiyue said slowly. These words were like a resounding slap to the man's face. Shengguan Yu. Don't go overboard. If you don't want to help, just say so. What's the point of insulting me like that? Chu Luiyue was surprised. I thought I made myself very clear, but you didn't understand. But you don't seem to understand, so I can only be more straightforward. In the end, he was the one who brought this humiliation upon himself. Who else could he blame? The man's expression changed. He was furious. Fine. If you're so capable, wait until the divine gate opens. Let's see if you can still have the last laugh. Chu Luiyue looked away lazily. You don't have to worry about that. If you have the time and energy, you'd better think about how to get over. That one sentence finally blocked the rest of the man's words. As for the others present, they looked at each other and secretly exchanged glances. Chu Luiyue was clearly not going to help, so they had to think of another way. That was normal. Everyone was here to compete with each other. It was good enough that they could take care of their own people. Who would want to help others for no reason? Chu Luyue could easily bring her subordinates over because she had the ability. What right did others have to ask her to help? After a brief silence, the remaining people finally tried to cross the sea and reach the silver bridge. Her Eminence was able to make it, but none of the great gods were able to make it over safely. Although there was only a difference of one word between the two, there was a huge gap between their strengths. It was like a natural chasm that was difficult to cross. After another 7 great gods died in the sea, the remaining great gods finally gave up. In the end, only 23 high deities made it onto the bridge. The middle-aged man who wanted Chu Luyue's help was among them, but the rest of the people who came with him stayed on the shore. Including Chu Luyue and the others who had arrived earlier, there were a total of 31 people. Among these people, Hua Shuangshuang and the other 2 were the only high gods. In this way, the 3 of them became rather special existences. However, under the protection of Chu Luyue and the others, the remaining people could not express anything. The middle-aged man stared at Chu Luyue with a cold look in his eyes. Little Hachi moved closer to Chu Luyue and said in a low voice, "Master, I think that person already hates us. I'm afraid that he will think of ways to make things difficult for us." Chu Luyue shook his head. "Ignore him." She had always been sharp, so she naturally sensed the other party's hostility. However, she did not take this seriously. If she was worried about this, she would not have acted like that just now. She did not take the initiative to cause trouble, but she was also not afraid of trouble. Little Hachi saw that she was staring at the silver bridge under her feet with great concentration. She also tilted her head and looked at it a few times, but unfortunately, she did not see anything. "Master, what's so interesting about this bridge? Have you been looking at it since you came up?" Chu Luyue said. "Look at the patterns on it." "Patterns?" Little Adie's brows furrowed slightly. She saw that there were only some flickering light spots on it, but there were no patterns. Chu Luyue bent down, stretched out a finger, and lightly tapped on one of the light spots. Bang! A slight cracking sound could be heard. The palm-sized light spots suddenly spread out, and light scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a small Xian formation. The pattern was complicated and dazzling. Most importantly, this was a great Xian Emperor Master-level Xian formation. Chu Luyue's pupils shrank. She had already felt that there was something wrong with this light spot, but she did not expect that such an inconspicuous little light spot was actually a Xian formation of this level. After a moment, that Xian formation closed up again, and the light scattered, returning to that blurry light spot. It did not seem to be a threat at all. If they did not see it with their own eyes, no one would believe what had just happened. Just now, that was a great Xian Emperor Master-level Xian formation. When Chu Luyue moved, the people at the side were more or less paying attention to her, so they all saw the scene. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Chu Luyue stood up and looked forward. At this moment, they were standing at the bottom of this silver bridge. Going up, countless light spots gathered, condensing into this peculiar bridge. The light spots flickered, and there were almost countless of them. If these were all Xian formations, Chu Luyue held her breath. She originally thought that the flowing cloud flying diagram, which had accumulated over 1,000 Xian formations, was already an extremely powerful existence. However, at this moment, compared to this silver bridge that extended from the sea to the sky, it was simply a small magician in the presence of a great magician. No, it could even be said that there was no comparison at all. It was hard to imagine what kind of shocking scene it would be if all these light spots bloomed at the same time and all the Xian formations operated at the same time. No wonder this place has such astonishing heaven and earth energy, Chu Luyue muttered softly. The black-robed elder who was the first to arrive let out a long sigh. So many Xian formations gathered to form a bridge that leads to the sky. I really wonder what kind of existence the illusory god palace at the end of the bridge is. Actually, this was also what everyone was thinking. Just this bridge alone was already incomparably shocking. As for that mysterious illusory god palace, it was probably even more Dong. Another sound of the bell rang out. Some people could no longer hold back and walked up. Once one person took the lead, the rest would quickly follow. Everyone walked up the bridge one after another, heading straight for the door in the sky. Chu Luiyue was about to walk forward when she suddenly caught a glimpse of Chang Wanzhou from the corner of her eyes. His brows were tightly knitted, and his expression seemed to be somewhat painful. "Little Zhou, what's wrong?" Chu Luiyue asked. Chang Wanzhou raised his head and looked over, shaking his head. "I'm fine. It's just that just now I felt a little dizzy." Chu Luiyue's brows slightly furrowed. "Is it serious?" This didn't seem to be the first time this had happened. Recently, Chang Wanzhou seemed to be prone to headaches and dizziness. This had almost never happened before. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but feel a little worried. Chang Wanzhou pursed his lips. "I'm fine." Chu Luiyue helped him take his pulse and found that his body was indeed normal. "Maybe it's because I haven't rested well recently." Chang Wanzhou retracted his hand. "These few days, I've been having some messy dreams." Chu Luiyue nodded. "If you feel uncomfortable, feel free to tell me." Chang Wanzhou responded. At this moment, they were already at the back. The people in front had already walked some distance. Chu Luiyue raised his chin. "Let's go. Wonderful book house." Chapter 2192. Dong. Another bell chime was heard. It was getting closer and closer to the opening of the gate of heaven. At first, there were still some whispers in the crowd, but the closer they got, the more tense the atmosphere became. They gradually quieted down. Finally, everyone moved forward in silence. Only the excitement and anticipation in their eyes showed that they were not as calm as they looked. Chu Luiyue moved forward step by step. She could clearly hear the sound of her heart beating, and the blood in her body seemed to be flowing faster. Blood was gurgling under her eardrums. She faintly felt that something was about to rush out from her dantian. But every time she wanted to observe it carefully, that inexplicable throbbing would disappear. This made the whole process extremely long. Every once in a while, the bell would ring. Dong. The 10th bell. Sheng Guanjing said in a low voice. At this moment, they were only a short distance away from the gate. Chu Luiyue nodded lightly. She had a feeling that perhaps, when the 12th bell rang, the gate of heaven would open. There were already people in front of the gate and stopped. When the 11th bell rang, Chu Luiyue and the others also came to the gate. She stood behind the crowd and looked at the gate in front of her. This gate was extremely tall, and people standing here seemed extremely small. Countless streams of light intertwined, outlining its outline, but its specific appearance could not be seen clearly. A thin layer of clouds covered it, and no one could see through it. However, the crowd was able to clearly sense that heavy and imposing aura. This reminded Chu Luiyue of the palace in the Red Moon Desert. She wondered what it had to do with the illusory god palace. After a long wait, the 12th bell finally rang. Dong. This bell was heavy and distant, and it spread far and wide between heaven and earth. Then, the gate finally opened slowly. Creak, everyone's spirits were lifted as they focused their gazes on that direction. Brilliant golden light shone, almost blinding them. Chu Luiyue tilted her head and narrowed her eyes. After a while, the light gradually dissipated. A man in his 30s, dressed in a gray robe, walked out of the door. As soon as he appeared, Chu Luiyue's heart trembled. This man's aura was extremely strong. He was much stronger than all the primordial gods she had seen before. He was probably only one step away from the rumored threshold. She glanced quickly at the man again. He had a tall and straight figure and a handsome face. There was a faint arrogance in his eyes. He stood in front of the door, his scrutinizing and imposing gaze sweeping across everyone. He spoke in a low voice, and his voice was clear yet carried an indescribable pressure. The Mirage God Palace's heavenly gate opens once every 10,000 years to recruit the best cultivators in the world to ascend to the heavens and break through the gods. You are the first batch to arrive at the opening of the heavenly gate. It can be seen that your aptitudes are not bad. Everyone was excited, but they still held their breaths in concentration, not daring to slack off in the slightest. I am Jinyan Lai, the seventh divine envoy of the illusory God Palace. I am in charge of leading you into the illusory God Palace. You will follow the order and enter the book one by one. Saying so, he raised his hand, and a thick book appeared in his palm. Then, he opened the book, and his other hand flashed with light, summoning a crimson gold feather pen. When she saw the feather in his hand, Chu Liuyue's heart tensed up. That was the feather of the crimson gold heavenly phoenix. Ah, you. I want to go out. Ah, you. Tuanzi also sensed the breath and immediately wanted to come out. Chu Luyue comforted her in her mind. Dumpling, don't worry, wait until we enter the heavenly gate. It won't be too late to check then. There can't be any mistakes right now. Hearing her say that, Dumpling finally calmed down. Then you must take a good look and see if that is Grandpa Patriarch's feather. Chu Luyue nodded without batting an eyelid. Luckily, this small disturbance didn't attract that person's attention. The people standing in front had already started to step forward. Name. Jinyan Lai held the book in one hand and a pen in the other, asking in a deep voice. Song Qing. The first to step forward was the black-robed elder who was the first to step on the silver bridge. Even though he had seen many storms, he still couldn't hide his excitement at this moment. Jinyan Lai raised her hand and used the crimson gold feather to gently sweep it between Song Qing's eyebrows. Song Qing felt as if there was an eye that was looking at him from the inside out. The force in his body surged, and a pattern appeared between his eyebrows. That was the totem of his bloodline power. Jinyan Lai nodded and wrote his name on the book. Pass. Next. Song Qing was originally a bit nervous, but he didn't think that he would pass the inspection so smoothly. He was happy and immediately responded. Thank you, Divine Envoy Jin. In the Illusion God Palace, the title of Divine Envoy is the highest honor. There is no need to use a name. You can just call me the seventh Divine Envoy. Jinyan Lai said indifferently. Song Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed. Yes. Seeing that Jinyan Lai wasn't angry, he relaxed and stepped through the heaven gate. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all extremely envious. The second person tried his best to restrain his excitement and walked forward. The process was the same as before. After he reported his name, Jinyan Lai swept the feather between his eyebrows again. Pass. Next. There were a total of 31 people who came here, and Jinyan Lai's inspection speed was extremely fast. Soon, more than half of them had gone through. Soon, it was the middle-aged man who asked Chu Luyue for help but was rejected. With a face full of eagerness, he bowed his head and said respectfully, "This one is Cheng Pei, greetings to the seventh divine envoy. This one has admired the Illusion God Palace for a long time. Today, don't talk so much nonsense." Jinyan Lai's face showed some impatience, and her voice carried a warning. In the Illusion God Palace, strength is everything. Everything else is false, understand? Many of the onlookers looked at him with ridicule. He wanted to flatter, but he hit the nail on the head. Don't you know where you are? Cheng Pei's face turned pale. Only then did he realize what a stupid thing he had done. He quickly said, I understand. Jinyan Lai swept the feather between his eyebrows and said coldly. Pass. Next. Cheng Pei walked over with his legs shaking. It took him a while to recover. Soon, everyone was finished with the inspection, and only 6 people, including Chu Luyue, were left. Sheng Wanjing followed him and passed smoothly. Chu Luyue walked forward. Sheng Wanyu. Jinyan Lai glanced at her and raised her eyebrows. You become a supreme god at such a young age. Thank you for the compliment, seventh divine envoy. Chu Luiyue replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Jin Yunlai nodded in satisfaction, then swept the feather between Chu Luiyue's eyebrows. Then, his face turned serious. Chu Luiyue's eyebrows were as smooth as before. There was no sign of a totem. Chapter 2193. Jin Yunlai tried again. The reddish gold feather gently swept across her forehead, but there was still nothing between her eyebrows. His eyes became cold and stern as he looked at Chu Luiyue with a scrutinizing gaze. "Where's your totem?" "Totem?" Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat as she instantly understood what had happened. She paused for a moment and said, "Seventh Divine Envoy, I don't have a totem." "No?" Jin Yunlai frowned. Chu Luiyue explained, "I came from outside the Divine Ruins world, so I don't have a bloodline totem." Of course she did. Even if she wasn't from the Divine Ruins world, there was indeed a strange totem in her body. Otherwise, when she tested the bloodline power level with the infinite divine dial in the Yuntian Tower, she wouldn't have been able to get a score of 11. However, even she herself didn't know what was going on. From the moment she was reborn in Chu Luiyue's body, that strange pattern had already appeared. At first, she didn't pay much attention to it. Later, when she went to the Divine Ruins world, she found out that it was the so-called bloodline totem. However, that thing came and went sometimes, and even she couldn't control it. She only remembered that when she was in danger, the totem seemed to be burning between her eyebrows. However, it would often disappear very quickly. "You're from outside the Divine Ruins world?" Jin Yunlai looked her up and down, the admiration in her eyes fading in an instant, and even a hint of contempt flashed in her eyes. Although this look dissipated quickly, Chu Luiyue quickly caught it. Her brows furrowed ever so slightly. It was just that she didn't have a bloodline totem. Why did the seventh divine envoy look down on her in an instant? Many people would look at her in a new light when they heard that she came from outside the Divine Ruins world and didn't inherit the bloodline power. Because from a certain point of view, this meant that her talent was stronger than others, which was why she could break through so quickly and reach the god realm. However, this person seemed to be the opposite. Jin Yunlai took out something and handed it over. Those without a bloodline totem will need to tie this tongue to their bodies when they enter the illusory god palace. Chu Luiyue took the item and looked at it carefully. It was a small pendant made of red string with a transparent ball the size of a chess piece tied to it. The material of the round ball was neither gold nor jade, it was clear and lustrous. There was a small golden word, illusion, drawn on it. For those without bloodline power, the possibility of ascending to the heavens and becoming a god is almost zero. Originally, you did not have the qualifications to come here, but since you have crossed the bridge, this divine envoy will give you a chance. If you don't meet the requirements of your cultivation within the stipulated time, the words in this ball of tongue will gradually dissipate. When it completely disappears, that is when you leave the illusory god palace, do you understand? It turned out that this was something that tested the speed of one's cultivation, and it seemed to have a lot to do with the power of one's bloodline. Chu Luiyue tied the tongue around his waist. "Thank you, seventh divine envoy." Jin Yunlai didn't pay any more attention to him, and raised his chin. Next. Compared to before, his attitude was a lot colder. Obviously, he didn't think highly of Chu Luiyue, so much so that he didn't even say half a word. Chu Luiyue didn't care, and stepped over the threshold. At this moment, the water droplet in her dantian suddenly trembled. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately suppressed this fluctuation. Fortunately, this movement was very small, and it didn't attract the attention of the others. She came to a place not far from Song Qing and the others, and calmly waited for the others to come over. "Heh, I didn't think that there would be a time when you Zhu would be defeated," Cheng Pei said in a strange tone. Of all the people who came, only Chu Luiyue received Jin Yunlai's praise. Originally, they all thought that Chu Luiyue would have a meteoric rise. Who knew that just because she didn't have a bloodline totem, Jin Yunlai's attitude would take a 180-degree turn. This time, Chu Luiyue's days in the illusory god palace wouldn't be easy. Jin Yunlai had already said that it was impossible for her to ascend to the heavens and break through to godhood. Yu Zhu is a genius, and you've already broken through to godhood at such a young age. We were originally waiting to see Yu Zhu reach the top and take another step forward. Unfortunately, it seems that it's impossible now. What a pity. Cheng Pei's eyes were filled with unconcealable schadenfreude. Everyone put in so much effort to come here in order to break through the shackles and ascend to a higher realm. But Chu Luiyue had just come here, and before she could do anything, Jin Yunlai had already sentenced her to death. Wasn't this the same as extinguishing all of her chessboard and desires? Chu Luiyue smiled faintly and said, Cheng Pei, don't feel sorry for me. Even if I can't ascend to godhood in the end, with my current godhood, it won't be a problem for me to deal with those who are outwardly strong but inwardly weak. As she spoke, she looked at her hand and said slowly, I'm sorry. I remember that back then, I almost used this hand to send Family E on his way. But I've always respected the old and loved the young, so I usually won't use such a killing move unless I can't help it. You. Cheng Pei's face turned red and white at the same time. He wanted to refute, but when he saw Chu Luiyue's nonchalant attitude, he felt some fear in his heart. He was no match for Yi Wentao. When Chu Luiyue was still a high god, she had already taken half of Yi Wentao's life, let alone now that she was a god. Furthermore, when they were in that sea region, everyone had clearly seen that her power was much greater than what they had expected. This Chu Luiyue. They couldn't afford to provoke her. At the very least, it wasn't a suitable choice to fight her head-on now. Cheng Pei took a few deep breaths and flicked his sleeves. Humph. I hope Yu Zhu can always be so confident. Let's see how arrogant she can be after entering the illusory god palace. The others present didn't say anything. They secretly exchanged glances with each other with subtle expressions. Originally, they also wanted to rope in Chu Luiyue, but looking at the current situation, she might even be a burden. If that was the case, they would have to consider carefully. Chu Luiyue pretended not to see the various gazes around her. Of course, she knew that these people had their own thoughts. But no matter what attitude they had towards her, she didn't care much. From the beginning, her purpose here was different from theirs. The fewer interactions they had, the less trouble they would have. She looked at the people who were still outside the door. Behind her was Sheng Wanjing. Like Chu Luiyue, he didn't have a totem. Then, there was a Tuan Xinz at his waist. After him was Cin Yi. When Jin Yunlai saw him, she was stunned for a moment and then frowned slightly. You have been to the illusory god palace before? Wonderful book house. Chapter 2194. After asking this question, Jin Yunlai was stunned. He must be crazy to ask such a question. The illusion god palace only opened once every 10,000 years. How could this man have been here before? No. Cin Yi answered calmly. His eyes were calm, as if he didn't care about Jin Yunlai's strange question. Jin Yunlai scanned his forehead. As expected, he didn't have a bloodline totem. He could already tell that the people behind him were close to the Shengguanyu who had just entered. They probably came from outside the Divine Ruins world. He waved his hand in annoyance. Yes. Cin Yi held a ball and stepped over the threshold to Chu Luiyue's side. Jin Yunlai looked back again. In that instant, that familiar feeling. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. But that man's appearance and aura were indeed unfamiliar. I'm probably mistaken, Jin Yunlai retracted his gaze. Chu Luiyue looked at Jin Yunlai and then at Cin Yi. He asked in a low voice, Cin Yi, why, did he ask you that? Cin Yi smiled faintly. I don't know either. Maybe, he got the wrong person. Chu Luiyue thought about it and also found it strange. Are you a high god? At this moment, Jin Yunlai's voice sounded again. Chu Luiyue looked up and saw that Hua Shuangshuang was being checked. Not only did he not have a bloodline totem, he wasn't even a high god. Jin Yunlai frowned and didn't hide his impatience and contempt. High gods are not allowed to enter. You can go back. Hua Shuang was stunned and then cupped his fists. Seventh Divine Envoy, may I ask why? High gods can't pass through the sea, so they naturally don't have the right to enter the Illusion God Palace. Jin Yunlai said coldly. But now that we're here, why can't we enter? Hua Shuang laughed and asked. Jin Yunlai's expression turned even colder. He glanced at little Hachi and Cheng Wanzhou. The three of you are all high gods? Actually, it wasn't that no high gods had entered the Illusion God Palace before. However, most of them had bloodline totems, and their own bloodline power was extremely strong. However, all three of them were high gods, and if his guess was correct, none of them had a bloodline totem. No one had entered the Illusion God Palace. Seventh Divine Envoy. Chu Luiyue suddenly spoke. I was the one who brought the three of them here. Although I used some tricks, no one said that I couldn't do that. Now that we're here, it can be said that we're fated with the Illusion God Palace. If you don't allow them to enter just because they aren't exalted gods and don't have totems, then perhaps you shouldn't have set up the sea region below from the beginning. You should have just selected people from the group that you've chosen. Jin Yunlai stared at him coldly. You're quite brave. She dared to talk to him like that. Chu Liuyue's lips curved. I'm just speaking the truth. Also, I'm thinking for you. You said that the Illusion God Palace's heavenly gate opens every 10,000 years to recruit the best cultivators. Although they're not high gods yet, they're all very outstanding. If you let them leave, it'll be a loss for the Illusion God Palace. Jin Yunlai looked like she heard a joke. I've already said that a cultivator without a bloodline totem would never be able to ascend to the heavens and ascend to godhood. Moreover, they aren't even gods now. Since you're so sure, you should let them in. That way, the Illusion God Palace will be fair and it won't affect the overall situation. After all, when the time is up, the words in the letter will disappear. Those without strength will be kicked out of the Illusion God Palace. Jin Yunlai was silent for a moment. His expression changed as if he was thinking about Chu Liuyue's words. After a while, he finally nodded. Good. Then I'll see how long you can stay here. Then, he finally wrote down Hua Shuang and the other two's names on the list and gave each of them a letter. When Cheng Wanzhou, who was the last in line, also walked in, Jin Yunlai finally said, Come with me. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked forward. Song Qing looked at the open door and couldn't help but ask, Seventh Divine Envoy, the Heavenly Gate. Once the Heavenly Gate opens, it will last for a year. In this year, anyone who steps on the bridge and comes to the door will be able to enter the Illusion God Palace. Jin Yunlai said without turning his head. Similarly, if you can't reach a certain level in this year, you'll also be kicked out. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Yes. They thought that everything would be fine once they entered, but who knew that it was just the beginning? How could it be so easy to improve? The people who were still rejoicing that they successfully entered became nervous again. Compared to their excitement, Chu Liuyue's mood was much calmer. The 1-year deadline wasn't very important to her. Because she came here mainly to find Dugu Mabao and the other two, as well as Yi Zhao. Of course, if possible, she also wanted to know what kind of place the Illusion God Palace was. Stepping through the Heavenly Gate, there was an extremely wide road in front of them. This was a road carved out of black jade. Just like the silver bridge, there were pieces of silver light quietly flashing on it. They were scattered all over the place, presenting an indescribable sense of beauty. In the chaos, there seemed to be some kind of pattern. But unlike the bridge, these light spots were locked under the black jade stone. An extremely thin layer of translucent jade covered it perfectly. It was enshrouded in balls of light, which were bright and dazzling. Master, these are also Xian formations, right? With previous experience, little Hachi saw this scene and subconsciously associated it with the bridge from before. Chu Luiyue nodded slightly. Even if she didn't look carefully, she could confirm that these were indeed Xian formations. And, compared to the ones outside, they were probably higher and not lower. This road leads directly from the Heavenly Gate to the Illusion God Palace. There are countless top-grade Xian formations gathered on it. Regardless of whether it's light or dark, they are all shining like stars and illuminating everything. Jin Yunlai explained indifferently. The Xian formations on it can be cultivated and studied. Everyone was shocked. There are so many, and we can all comprehend and cultivate? One had to know that every high-grade Xian formation was an intangible treasure. Even those who came from first-rate families like them wouldn't be willing to take out their treasures. However, this illusory god palace had directly engraved so many Xian formations on the star path. Jin Yunlai suddenly laughed and looked up. There are countless Xian formations in the illusion god palace. I'm not afraid of you seeing them, I'm just afraid that you won't understand them. Chapter 2195. His tone was indifferent and carried a bone-deep arrogance. Everyone was silent for a moment. Although these words made people feel uncomfortable, they had to admit that there was nothing wrong with them. To be able to gather such a shocking number of Xian formations to form a bridge and a path was already enough to explain many things. The foundation of the illusory god palace was probably not something they could imagine. Little Hachi's red lips curled and she almost rolled her eyes. But considering that they were in someone else's territory, she held back. The previously noisy crowd quieted down. At this moment, they finally realized what kind of place they had come to. In the Divine Ruins world, they were undoubtedly the top experts. Their status was respected and they were admired by others. In the end, after coming to this place, they became the lowest level existences in this place. The change in status was too sudden, and many people found it hard to accept. Even if they had mentally prepared themselves before coming here, who would be able to laugh and admit that they were too weak when it really came to this? Jin Yunlai seemed to know what they were thinking. The corner of his mouth curled up, but there was no smile in his eyes. This divine envoy knows that you are not convinced. But after a long time, you will naturally recognize everything. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the left. In the distance, there was a continuous mountain range. Over there is the herb mountain of the illusory god palace. There are many natural treasures growing there. Whatever you want, you can go and take it. As long as the grade of the pills refined is high enough, you can choose anything you want. It doesn't matter even if you sleep there. A few people couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This was really big. Jin Yunlai pointed to the right again. They could vaguely see a surging light that seemed to be a lake. And over there is a lightning pool that specializes in refining tools. The Tian Lei inside is also inexhaustible. If you have the ability, you can go and try the power of the lightning pool. This time, everyone was completely silent. Such generosity and confidence, it was really hard to not be convinced. As for origin cultivation, it is the simplest. As you can see, there are countless courtyards on both sides of the star path. You can choose any one of them as your residence. You can cultivate there in the future. Chu Luiyue looked to both sides and saw that there were indeed houses that were arranged in picturesque disorder. Normally, you can come and go as you please. However, there are two places in the illusory god palace that you cannot go to. Jin Yunlai said as she looked ahead. One is the illusory god's palace up ahead, and the other is the forbidden area behind the illusory god's palace. If you trespass into these two places without permission, the consequences are not something you can bear. Do you understand? Towards the end, his tone became increasingly stern. Everyone's heart trembled. Yes. Thank you for your advice, Seventh Oracle. Chu Luiyue followed his gaze and looked in front, but she was instantly dazed. At the end of the star path, a magnificent palace stood quietly. As for this palace, she had seen it before. This was the pavilion in the sky that had once appeared in the Red Moon Desert. However, at this time, without the layer of white fog, everything could be seen clearly. Above the palace, there was a plaque with golden words. The words on it were vigorous and powerful, like a graceful swan, like a swimming dragon. Illusory God's Palace. Digression: yesterday, I wrote that Taizu had reviewed it. It was considered a small bug, and it had been fixed. Continued at 6 p.m. Guess Rome show's final identity? Chapter 2196. It was different from the blurry scene she saw before. The palace in front of her was grand, ancient, and filled with a sense of holiness that made people not dare to look at it directly. Although it looked the same on the outside, Chu Luiyue inexplicably felt that the aura of the palace of the illusory god was somewhat different. As for what was different, it was hard for her to say. Someone in the crowd also recognized the palace of the illusory god and pointed at it in surprise. Isn't that the one before? Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, that person felt an incomparably powerful pressure suddenly descend upon him. He was not prepared at all. He only felt a weight on his shoulders and his legs involuntarily knelt down. Plop. His knees heavily hit the jade road, making a muffled sound. That person sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. Jin Yunlai came in front of him, looked down at him, and coldly reprimanded, "The palace of the illusory god is a supreme existence. How dare you point your finger at it and offend it?" That person's face turned white. Only then did he realize that he had just committed a grave mistake. I know my mistake. Please forgive me, God Envoy." Jin Yunlai's eyes were as cold as a knife. His gaze landed on that person's body as if it was solid. Until that person could not take it anymore, he finally slowly opened his mouth. "There won't be a next time." Yes. Yes. Thank you, God Envoy." That person immediately thanked him as if he had been pardoned. Jin Yunlai looked around. "Remember, in this palace of the illusory god, you must pay attention to everything you say and do. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourselves." Everyone bowed their heads in agreement. Jin Yunlai then turned and left, continuing to walk in the direction of the palace of the illusory god. It wasn't until his figure gradually disappeared into the distance that the kneeling man let out a long sigh and staggered to his feet. At this time, his face was already pale and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. It could be seen how nervous he was just now. However, no one mocked him. Instead, they all had complicated expressions. He had only raised his hand to point at the so-called palace of the illusory god, and he had almost lost his life. The rules of the illusory god palace were extremely strict. Their strengths were about the same. If it were them, they wouldn't be much better off than that man. Feeling the same way, they naturally couldn't relax. Looks like I have to be careful with my words and actions in the illusory god palace. Song Qing stroked his beard and sighed. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became icy cold and stagnant. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the side. "It's not too late to realize this now." Hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look. In a courtyard not far away, there was a man who looked to be about 30 years old. He had his arms crossed and was leaning against the door, looking over. He had a toothpick in his mouth and looked a little sloppy. However, the aura emitted from his body was much stronger than everyone else's. There's even one with Tuan Xinz. The man's eyes swept over Chu Luiyue, saw the letter tied to her waist, and then looked at her face, and suddenly revealed a look of surprise. "Your Eminence is so young? That's impossible, right?" She didn't have a bloodline totem and had broken through to God. Logically speaking, she should be a few decades older, or even over 100 years old. "Little girl, how old are you this year?" he asked curiously. "You look less than 100 years old, right?" "Chu Luiyue, this junior is 18 this year." 18? You're lying, right?" the man said subconsciously. "I say, little girl, you really don't have to be like this. We're all people who have lived for thousands of years. Even if you're over 100 years old, or even older, you're still young to us." Chu Luiyue said, "This junior is speaking the truth." Seeing her calm expression and sincere eyes, the man realized that she wasn't lying. He immediately spat out the toothpick, stood up straight, and carefully sized her up. However, he still couldn't believe it. Seeing that the people beside him didn't react, he suddenly slapped his thigh. It's really true. Chu Luyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This junior has no need to lie about this. That's true. The man nodded in agreement, then leaned lazily against the door frame. He looked at her with pity in his eyes. Such great talent. What a waste. Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat. She had already grasped the meaning of this sentence. The illusion god palace has never had a god under the age of 20. You're the first. It's a pity that you don't have a bloodline totem. He shook his head, looking regretful. Chu Luyue had already heard about this from Jin Yunlai, so she didn't have much of a reaction. Heh, so there's more than one tongue-tied person. The man's eyes turned, and only then did he see that Sun Yi and the others also had tongue-tied people hanging on them. Counting, there were 6 in total. Most importantly, there were 3 exalted gods among them. How did you guys get here? Is it so easy to enter the illusion god palace now? Little Hachi was already in a bad mood. When she heard this, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She stepped forward and was about to speak. Chu Luyue pressed her hand, smiled at the man, and said, "We passed the same test as everyone else. Since the 7th divine emissary was willing to let us in, it's enough to prove everything, isn't it?" After mentioning Jin Yunlai, the man became much more restrained. He chuckled and said, "You're right. The divine emissaries have always been the most impartial. Don't misunderstand, I don't have any other intentions. I'm just a little surprised." After all, the illusion god palace has never let 6 people without bloodline totems in at once before. Even exalted gods were included. Chu Luyue nodded, indicating that she didn't care. From Jin Yunlai's attitude, she could already guess what kind of treatment they would receive in the illusion god palace in the future. She was already prepared, and didn't feel that the other party was deliberately offending her. The other party didn't show any contempt, and even tried to explain himself. This was already good enough. Chu Luyue cupped her hands and asked, "This junior is Sheng Guanyu, may I know senior's name?" The man smiled and shook his head. "No need to call me senior. I'm just a failure who hasn't reached the heavens in 10,000 years. You can just call me Xiao Ran. Here, there's no seniority. As long as you're strong enough, you'll be respected and admired by everyone." Chu Luyue nodded. She stared at the palace of the illusory god for a moment before turning around and walking towards the courtyard next to it. "Let's go." Since they were already here, they should find a suitable place to stay first. Sheng Guanjing and the others quickly followed. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2197. After Chu Luyue and the rest left, Song Qing and the rest also dispersed and went to find their own residences. The figures on the star path quickly dissipated and became quiet again. Xiao Ran looked at the star path and seemed to be in a daze. After a long time, he turned and went back to his house. As he walked, he muttered, "It's so hard to find a good one, but he doesn't have a totem. Sigh, let's wait and see." The houses and courtyards here were all independent of each other and were quite far from each other. To a certain extent, it was convenient for everyone to cultivate and not disturb each other. When they passed by these courtyards, they would occasionally see some people cultivating. Some people were curious at first and wanted to greet them, but when they saw the tongues on their bodies, they became cold. Many of them did not even hide the contempt and ridicule in their eyes. There were also some who were focused on cultivating and did not pay attention to them at all. So, along the way, no one paid attention to them. Finally, Chu Luyue found a relatively large courtyard that could accommodate the 6 of them at the same time. After entering the courtyard and closing the door, little Hachi could not help but stomp her feet in anger. These people are too much. I've been looked down upon for so many years, but not as much as today. Isn't it just that I don't have a bloodline totem? Do they have to do this? Of course. Hua Shuang shook her head and sighed. Have you forgotten what the seventh messenger said? People like us are destined to not be able to reach the heavens and become gods. In other words, no matter how much we cultivate, we will never be able to cross the threshold of becoming a god. In this way, they naturally have nothing to worry about. He grabbed the tongues tied to his waist and weighed them. Furthermore, we have to constantly worry about the words on it disappearing and the risk of being chased out at any time. Little Hachi snorted. Actually, she understood all this, but she found it unbearable. They had just arrived and they were already despised by everyone. How were they going to survive in the future? These are not important for now. Those who can come in and stay are considered to have completed the first step. Chu Luiyue pinched little Hachi's face to comfort her. All right, don't be angry. Your wrinkles are coming out. Mistress. Little Hachi hugged her arm and leaned over to her. It's all little Hachi's fault for being useless. Not only did she fail to make Master proud, she even implicated Master and made Master a laughingstock. Chu Luiyue smiled. This has nothing to do with you. People without totems were treated equally and looked down upon. This was the most fundamental problem. As for the fact that you're not Her Eminence, that's just an excuse. Everyone could see this clearly. Today is your first day here. Everyone, go back and rest. If there's anything, we can talk about it after you've adjusted your condition. Chu Luiyue found a room and walked in. It was obvious that no one had lived here for a long time, but fortunately, it was very clean. As soon as she sat down, Dumpling couldn't help but shout. Ah you! Ah you! For safety's sake, Chu Luiyue set up a barrier around the room before calling Dumpling out. Dumpling threw herself into her arms and asked anxiously, Ah you, did you see clearly if that was Grandpa Patriarch's feather? Chu Luiyue patted her back to comfort her and said softly, Don't worry, it shouldn't be. She was familiar with Yi Zhao, so she could still distinguish it. When Jin Yunlai swept the feather across her forehead, she paid special attention to distinguish it. She was basically sure that it had nothing to do with Yi Zhao. Dumpling first heaved a sigh of relief, then became nervous again. But if it's not Grandpa Patriarch's, who could it be? Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. In fact, this was also the question she was thinking about. The crimson gold heavenly phoenix was an ancient divine beast with a revered status. It was difficult for ordinary people to even see it, let alone use its feather as a brush. No matter how powerful the people of the Illusion God Palace were, this was too much. Chu Luiyue pondered for a long time and looked at Dumpling with uncertainty. Dumpling, actually. I feel that the feather's aura is a little familiar. Dumpling's grape-like eyes widened as she stuttered, What does that mean? Chu Luiyue took a deep breath. The aura of that feather is very similar to the ancestor's golden feather. Jin Yunlai walked along the Star Road and finally arrived at the Black Jade Square in front of the Illusion God Palace. In the center of the quaint square, there was a piece missing. A person was standing in front of the Black Jade Square with his hands behind his back, gazing deeply. Hearing the sound, he turned around. This was a man who looked to be about 28 or 29 years old. He had handsome features and an elegant temperament. Only his eyes, which were filled with deep vicissitudes of life, showed that he was definitely not as young as he looked. You brought everyone? Jin Yunlai bowed respectfully. They're all here. Their names have been recorded. As he spoke, he handed over the name list and the golden feather in his hands. The man took the items and flipped open the name list. As he read, he asked, I heard that there are 6 people without bloodline totems? Jin Yunlai said, yes. 3 venerables, 3 exalted gods. The 3 exalted gods were all brought by a woman named Shangguan Yu. Shangguan. You? The man chuckled. Interesting. Jin Yunlai's expression didn't change. If there are no accidents, the words on Tuan Xinz will disappear within a month. At that time, they will also leave. That's a pity. That Shengguan you should be quite capable. Without a bloodline totem, it's useless no matter how talented they are. They won't be able to stay here for long. That's true. I wanted to take a look, forget it. The man closed the name list. What a pity. What a waste of a good name. Ancestor's golden feather? Hearing Chu Liuyue's words, Dumpling was stunned. But, that's not right. There's only one ancestor's golden feather in the clan, and it's with me. Back then, she had obtained this ancestor's golden feather because she had a pure bloodline. She had never heard of there being a second one in this world. Chu Liyue stared at Dumpling. Are you sure there's only one? I'm sure. Dumpling pointed at her forehead. Everyone uses this one to open their meridians. How can there be two? Chu Liyue frowned slightly. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of this before, but the aura of the one in Jin Yunlai's hand was too similar. There might be something fishy about this. Let's not rush to a conclusion. The most important thing now is to confirm whether De Bao and the others are here. Also, there's clan leader Yi Zhao. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand. A piece of purple scale armor lay quietly in her palm. Chapter 2198. A faint glow flickered on the scale armor. Then, a strong wave spread out from it. Something seemed to be summoning it from afar. Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat. She looked in the direction of the summoning power and frowned. This summoning came from the palace of the illusory god. At the same time, Duga Mabao, who was trapped in the dark cage, suddenly opened his eyes. You, is already here? He waved his hand lightly, and there seemed to be waves of light surging in his demonic purple eyes. That connection was instantly cut off. Chu Liyue looked at the purple scale armor in her hand in surprise. Just now, she clearly felt De Bao's aura, but why was it suddenly cut off? Chu Liyue looked up hesitantly and frowned. This seemed to be De Bao's doing. You, what's wrong? Tuanzi ran over, hugged her thigh, and asked with her head raised. Did you find Grandpa De Bao? Chu Liyue put away the purple scale armor. Yes, and no. What she could confirm now was that De Bao was indeed in the palace of the illusory god. But for some reason, he couldn't come out and even deliberately cut off the connection between him and her. It seemed that his situation wasn't optimistic. As for Lan Shao and Diwu Zhangzi, there was no news at all. The palace of the illusory god was very big, and it would be very difficult to determine where they were. After all, she didn't even have the right to enter the palace of the illusory god. The palace of the illusory god was an extremely sacred and honorable existence here. On the star path, that person just raised his finger and was severely punished. It wasn't hard to imagine how dangerous it would be if she went there recklessly. With her current strength, she would probably be killed by the god envoys before she even reached the door. Dumpling frowned and looked worried. Then are they locked up now? Will they suffer a lot? Chu Liyue pinched her forehead and sighed helplessly. This should be the only answer. To be precise, the three of them had been locked up since 10,000 years ago. During this long period of time, they were suppressed under the Red Moon Desert, unable to come out at all. This was already an extremely harsh punishment. This time around, for some unknown reason, the three of them were brought here again and continued to be imprisoned. Chu Liyue vaguely felt that things were much more complicated than he had expected. We can only wait and see. Chu Liyue looked at Dumpling. Dumpling, can you sense Senior Yi Zhao's aura? Or other clansmen? Dumpling closed her eyes and carefully sensed for a while. Then, she shook her head dejectedly. No, there's nothing at all. Chu Liyue touched her round hair bun. There's no hurry. Since we're already here, we should be able to find some clues. Dumpling pursed her lips. After comforting Dumpling, Chu Liyue started to meditate in the room. The earth energy here was very rich and pure. Even the Peach Blossom Cove could not compare to it. Apart from other things, this was indeed a holy land for cultivation. Bam! The sound of an explosion suddenly came from outside. Chu Luiyue opened her eyes and got up strangely. Then, she went to the window. She pushed open the window and looked outside. She saw a stream of light rushing up in midair. Then, it bloomed in midair, forming a bright silver spark. Chu Luiyue took a closer look and realized that she had seen wrongly. That was not an ordinary spark, but a Xian formation. This is a Xian formation from the star passage? She muttered softly. Swoosh. Several sounds of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the surrounding courtyards, there were actually people who had soared into the air. Their gazes were focused on the Xian formation that suddenly bloomed. It's an illusory illumination formation? That's a great master-level Xian formation. It's extremely complicated. Last time, I only stared at it for 15 minutes and almost fainted. Who's comprehending the illusory reflection formation? She looks a little familiar. Who else could it be? Mu Yafeng. Hiss. I remember that she just finished comprehending those great master-level Xian formations. How did she start to break through to the great master level in the blink of an eye? Her goal is to comprehend all the Xian formations on the star passage and enter the illusory god palace. Do you think she has no goals like you? Her aptitude as a Xian master is extremely high. It's not something an ordinary person can compare to. The rest of us can only be envious. Hearing these words, Chu Luiyue's heart moved. She pushed open the door and walked out. Standing in the courtyard, she could see the Xian formation blooming in midair more clearly. It was complicated, beautiful, and dazzling. A great master-level Xian formation was indeed extraordinary. Thinking of the conversation between those people just now, Chu Luiyue cupped her hands towards a middle-aged man not far away and asked, "May I ask this senior, as long as I comprehend all the Xian formations on the star passage, I can enter the illusory god palace?" Hearing Chu Luiyue's voice, the man turned his head and looked over. He sneered softly, "That's right. The Xian formations on the star passage are divided into different areas according to their levels. The closer one is to the illusory god palace, the higher the level of the Xian formation, and the harder it is to comprehend. As long as you can comprehend all the Xian formations on it, you can obtain the qualifications to enter the illusory god palace." Saying this, his gaze moved to the Tuan Xian Z tied to Chu Luiyue's waist, carrying a bit of contempt. "However, you don't need to think about it. It's impossible." Chu Luiyue was startled. Just at this time, a somewhat familiar sloppy voice came from the other side. The lady just came. You guys should be more polite, right?" Chu Luiyue turned around, Senior Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran lazily leaned against the door frame again. "No need to call me senior. Just call me Xiao Ran." Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. Xiao Ran said this because he didn't care about these things. However, Chu Luiyue had a good impression of him, so calling him senior was still appropriate. "Xiao Ran, what does this have to do with you? If you have the time, why don't you think about how to break through?" The middle-aged man who was criticized coldly snorted. "Again, am I not telling the truth? She doesn't have a bloodline totem, and will be driven out in a month. Wanting to comprehend all the Xian formations on the star passage is simply wishful thinking." Xiao Ran nodded. "You're not wrong. However, she's not even 20 years old, yet she can come to the illusory god palace. Who knows how many people who relied on their bloodline power to come here, but couldn't break through. Aren't you the same? You." That middle-aged man saw that Xiao Ran couldn't win, so he simply stopped arguing. With a wave of his sleeve, he returned to his room. If he had the time, he might as well cultivate on his own. Seeing this, the others didn't say anything. Obviously, they were quite afraid of Xiao Ran. Chu Luiyue smiled at Xiao Ran. "Many thanks, Senior Xiao Ran." Chapter 2199. Xiao Ran scratched his head. Lady, you're really stubborn. Forget it, forget it. Call me whatever you want. It's just a name anyway. Chu Liuyue's smile deepened. Although this Xiao Ran looked lazy, he was quite a nice person. After they came to the illusory god palace, they had been discriminated against because they didn't have a bloodline totem. Only Xiao Ran treated them equally. And this time, he took the initiative to help. Chu Luyue was indeed very grateful. You don't have to take their words to heart. Xiao Ran crossed his arms and lazily raised his chin. Countless cultivators have come to the illusory god palace in the past hundreds of thousands of years. But in the end, only a few people were able to completely comprehend all the Xian formations, complete the star path, and enter the illusory god palace. Although they have bloodline totems, they might not be much stronger than you. Some died before they even finished half of it. What's so great about that? Chu Luyue, even if you can't stay here forever, it's not bad to use this time to comprehend more Xian formations and increase your strength. Xiao Ran suddenly thought of something and glanced at Chu Luyue. I haven't asked yet. Are you also a Xian master? Also? Chu Luyue nodded. Yes. What level? Chu Luyue hesitated for a moment. She was now a great Xian imperial teacher, but after comprehending the shuttle formation recently, she clearly felt that her strength should have increased. But she hadn't tried the specifics yet. Great Xian imperial teacher. Great Xian imperial teacher? This time, it was Xiao Ran's turn to be surprised. He scanned Chu Luyue up and down a few times with a face full of disbelief. I remember that you're only 18, right? This is a great Xian imperial teacher. Aren't you a god? Chu Luyue nodded in surprise. Yes, Senior Xiao Ran, do you think there's a problem? Of course there was a problem. There was a big problem. To be able to break through to the god realm at this age was already 1 in a million. She didn't expect her cultivation as a mystic cultivator to be so outstanding. This could only prove that her talent in these two areas was extremely shocking. Xiao Ran's interest was piqued. I couldn't tell, but you do have some skills. Then you can also try to comprehend the Xian formations on the star path. If you comprehend enough Xian formations, or if your level is high enough, that lump of tongue of yours will also sense it and continue to prolong your time here. This way, you'll have more opportunities to improve your strength. Isn't that great? Chu Luyue nodded. Many thanks for Senior Xiao Ran's reminder. This junior also thinks the same. After a pause, she asked again, Senior Xiao Ran, before you, how many people comprehended all the profound formations on the star path and entered the illusory god palace in the end? Yeah. The 7th divine emissary is one of them, the one who brought you in. Jin Lai. Chu Luyue thought for a moment. No wonder Jin Lai was so proud when she mentioned the star path. It turned out that she had the right to be proud. She thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. This was the only way to enter the illusory god palace openly. She thanked Xiao Ran again, turned around, and headed in the direction of the star path. Xiao Ran asked, Hey, you're going now? Chu Luyue stopped in her tracks. Yeah. Even if she could wait, De Bao and the others might not be able to. Seeing her anxious look, Xiao Ran thought she was worried that the words on the lump of tongue would disappear and she would be kicked out of the illusory god palace. Go, go. It's always good for young people to learn more things. If there's anything you don't know, just ask me directly. Chu Luyue was a little surprised. Won't this disturb you? Xiao Ran looked up. No, I'm too bored. Chu Luyue. Then I'll thank you in advance. Xiao Ran waved her hand and turned back to the house. Chu Luyue retracted her gaze and headed toward the star path. The star path started from the door and extended all the way to the illusory god palace. The place where Chu Luyue lived was coincidentally near the door. In other words, the section where the Xian formation level was relatively low. Since she wanted to comprehend it all, she naturally had to start from the beginning. Chu Luiyue came to the door again. The black jade path under the door was covered with specks of light. Chu Luiyue stepped on it, looked forward, and took a deep breath. This path was very long, and she didn't know how long it stretched. Only the illusory god palace at the far end stood tall, sacred and noble. Hey, someone wants to comprehend the Xian formation from the beginning? Is she planning to walk the star path? I don't know. Is she new? Yes, she's new. Do you see the lump of tongue on her waist? Looking at her age and appearance, she should be the Shangguanyu who brought the 3 high gods here. Pfft. So it's her? Without a bloodline totem, why did she come to the star path? She might as well use this time to find some precious Xian formations to finish her study. Chu Luiyue's arrival attracted a lot of attention. Many people from both sides of the star path came out to take a look. Obviously, they didn't think highly of Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue ignored these voices and looked down at the first speck of light under her feet. She flicked her finger, and a ray of force flew out and landed on the speck of light. Sensing it, the speck of light quickly became clear. A complicated and dazzling Xian formation appeared in front of her. This was a Xian formation at the level of a Xian King Master. 1,000 Leaves Formation. Chu Luiyue recognized it at a glance. Then, with a thought, several rays of light flew out from her fingers and intertwined in the air. In a few breaths' time, an identical Xian formation was completed. She pushed her palm lightly, and the Xian formation floated down and landed on top of the 1,000 Leaves Formation, perfectly overlapping. Bang! A cluster of silver sparks flew up. 1,000 Leaves Formation, broken. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. After a while, someone exclaimed, "So fast." They didn't even have time to see what had happened, and the 1,000 Leaves Formation had actually exploded. That's a Xian King Master level Xian formation. It's not difficult. It'll be difficult to move forward after that, someone explained. That's true. Maybe, bang. Before the crowd could finish speaking, they heard another explosion. A cluster of silver sparks bloomed on top of Chu Luiyue's head. Because this Xian formation's level wasn't high, the commotion wasn't as great as the previous illusory illumination formation. However, the spectators standing nearby were still shocked when they saw this. Even if this was only a Xian King Master level Xian formation, it was still too fast. Looking at this formation, she should be a great Xian King Master, right? I heard that she's not even 20 yet. Isn't this talent too strong? So what? Without a bloodline totem, everything is just a waste. If I were her, I definitely wouldn't waste time on this. All kinds of voices entered her ears. Chu Luiyue continued forward as if she didn't hear them. Chapter 2200. To the current Chu Luiyue, a Xian King Master level Xian formation was indeed not difficult at all. Although she had never seen most of the Xian formations here, she could still analyze them at a glance and quickly use them. Bang! 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 On the Star Road, explosions sounded one after another. The surrounding crowd still had various methods at first, but they all shut their mouths in the end when they heard the sound of sparks bursting out continuously. When Chu Luiyue used dozens of Xian formations without any hindrance, she was still full of energy and had no intention of stopping to rest. Everyone finally realized that their initial prediction seemed to be completely wrong. This woman's strength was clearly far beyond their imagination. Time slowly passed as Chu Luiyue walked forward step by step. More and more people came out to watch from both sides. When Chu Luiyue drew the 100th Xian formation, someone finally couldn't help but ask, "How many are there already? Why doesn't she have any intention of stopping?" Using so many Xian formations in one go, even a great Xian King Master can't take it, right? No one answered. Because at this moment, they had the same doubts in their hearts. For so many years, it wasn't that no one in the illusory god palace had done this. In fact, there were many people who tried to walk the Star Road. But it was really rare to see someone so fierce right from the start. Chu Liuyue's expression was calm and focused. The flowing light in her hand didn't seem to stop as it flew out continuously and condensed into new Xian formations. There were at least tens of thousands of Xian formations on this star road. This was just the beginning. Time passed quickly. In a side hall of the illusory god palace, Jin Yunlai put down the book in her hand and stood up to go outside. Looking from afar, one could vaguely see a slender and exquisite figure on the star road, walking forward step by step. Silver sparks flew into the air, illuminating the path ahead of her with dazzling light. She still hasn't stopped. A hint of surprise flashed across Jin Yunlai's eyes. She already knew about this from the moment Chu Luyue stepped on the star road. She originally thought that she was ignorant and fearless, so she tried to start from the beginning. However, from the looks of it now, he did indeed have some confidence to dare to do so. Is that your Shang Guanyu from before? A gentle and elegant voice came from behind her. Jin Yunlai looked back and wasn't surprised that he suddenly appeared here. She nodded. I originally thought that she would stop soon and give up. But I didn't expect she should still be at the stage of Xian King Master level, right? Yes. But that's the least. The real difficulty is yet to come. That's still very. This speed is speed, compared to your speed back then. Jin Yunlai Pai paused slightly. She is indeed very talented in this aspect. That's even more unfortunate, the man laughed. However, this way, she will be able to stay here for a while longer. I'm curious as to where she can go. Set's expression. S. By Yayu. Without a bloodline totem, she is destined to not be able to enter the illusory god palace. Mu Yafeng, on the other hand, has already comprehended more than half of the Xian formations at the great grandmaster level. Her future is promising. She's not bad. You should pay more attention. Yes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Luyue was still standing on the star road. Not only did the words on the letter on her waist not fade, but they were even more vivid than before. Chapter 2201. If this trend continued, she would be able to stay in the illusory god palace for a long time. More and more people gathered around. In the beginning, most of them only came to join in the fun, wanting to see what kind of waves Chu Luyue, who didn't have a bloodline totem, could create. However, as time passed, their mentality gradually changed. In the past few days, the strength Chu Luyue had displayed was already much stronger than many of them. Even though she was still breaking Xian King Master level Xian formations, her speed was extremely fast. From the moment she stepped on the star road until now, she hadn't slept or rested for several days straight, constantly comprehending Xian formations. The number gradually accumulated, and it was already very impressive, even shocking. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before she started comprehending great Xian King Master level Xian formations. Bang! A familiar sound was heard. Chu Luyue raised her eyes and looked forward. A silver spark gradually bloomed in midair, forming an extremely complicated Xian formation. She narrowed her eyes slightly. That Xian formation, why did it look so familiar? Unfortunately, it was too far away, and she couldn't see it clearly. When the crowd heard the commotion, they all turned to look in that direction. Another great master level Xian formation? Isn't Mu Yafeng's speed a little too fast? It seems like only a few days have passed since she last comprehended it. Yeah. With her efficiency, I reckon that she can really comprehend all the Xian formations on this star road, right? I heard that the 7th divine emissary also thinks highly of her. I reckon that she can really succeed. As the Xian formation gradually dissipated, Chu Luyue also retracted her gaze and continued to study the Xian formations under her feet. Compared to the liveliness on Chu Luyue's side, Mu Yafeng's side was much quieter. Both sides of the star road were empty, and there was almost no one. This wasn't because everyone didn't want to come, but because they didn't dare. This road was covered with great master-level Xian formations. Even if it was sealed by a thin layer of black jade, it still emitted a faint pressure. Those with average strength would find it difficult to even walk here, let alone other things. Another reason was that this place was closer to the illusory god palace. Everyone respected and admired it, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Even if they wanted to have a private discussion, they definitely wouldn't choose this place. A young woman who looked to be in her mid-20s was standing in the middle of the road. She was wearing a light green dress and had an elegant appearance. There was a hint of arrogance in her eyes. At this moment, she was slightly raising her head and looking at the profound formation that was blooming above her head. Her eyes were filled with joy. A figure walked over from the front. She retracted her gaze. When she saw who it was, she smiled and bowed. "Greetings, seventh divine envoy." Jin Yunlai stood not far away from her. Her usually cold and serious face had a rare trace of gentleness. The Heavenly Net Profound Formation is one of the hardest formations to learn among the Grandmaster level profound formations. You did well to be able to comprehend it so quickly. Mu Yafeng lowered her head slightly and humbly replied, "Seventh Oracle, you flatter me. Actually, Yafeng has been stuck here for many years. It was only recently that I was able to comprehend it." The Heavenly Net Profound Formation and the Heavenly Illumination Illusory Formation both started with the word Tian. She obviously knew how difficult it was to comprehend it. To outsiders, she had deciphered these two profound formations in just a few days. In fact, she had tried countless times in private over the years. Therefore, she didn't become complacent in the face of Jin Yunlai's praise. Jin Yunlai's face showed some satisfaction. Mu Yafeng's talent wasn't bad. She was neither arrogant nor rash, which was even rarer. In the illusory god palace, there was no lack of geniuses. However, there weren't many who could walk step by step to the end. This was also one of the reasons why he was particularly optimistic about Mu Yafeng. You have already comprehended more than half of the profound formations here. However, the remaining ones all start with the word Tian. You can't let your guard down. Yafeng understands. Jin Yunlai was about to continue when he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. His eyebrows moved slightly as he looked up. When Mu Yafeng heard the commotion, she also turned around to take a look. Jin Yunlai murmured, "It seems that they have entered the area of the Grand Xian King Division's profound formations." It was really faster than he had expected. This speed had already surpassed Mu Yafeng's back then. Thinking of this, he glanced at Mu Yafeng. Mu Yafeng felt a little baffled and laughed. "Seventh Divine Envoy, haven't you always only cared about the Xian masters who entered the area of the Grand Xian King Division's profound formations? When did you become so concerned about those who entered the area of the Grand Xian King Division's profound formations?" She asked this purely because she really didn't know what was going on. When Chu Luyue and the others entered the illusory god palace, she was cultivating. After coming out, she directly went to the star passage and continued to comprehend the profound formations. The commotion caused by Chu Luyue's comprehension of the profound formations was very small. She was very far away and focused on the profound formation in front of her, so she naturally didn't know anything. Jin Yunlai simply explained, "It's a newcomer who just stepped onto the star passage 4 days ago." These few words instantly caused Mu Yafeng's expression to change. 4 days? She asked in disbelief. Jin Yunlai nodded. Only then did Mu Yafeng understand why Jin Yunlai looked at her with such a gaze just now. This newcomer's performance had already surpassed her previous self. It seems that another rare genius has arrived. She paused for a moment and said. "But she doesn't have a bloodline totem." Jin Yunlai shook his head, his face expressionless. Even with his strict and picky eyes, that woman was indeed very outstanding. The only pity was that she didn't have a bloodline totem. This cut off all possibilities. Mu Yafeng instantly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. "Then, it's really a pity. Ignore her. You just have to continue comprehending the profound formations." Mu Yafeng retracted her gaze and smiled lightly. Yes. Jin Yunlai glanced in that direction again and quickly turned to leave. After Chu Luiyue comprehended the last profound formation at the level of a Mystic King Master, he arrived at the area where the great Mystic King Master's profound formations were. The light spots here were obviously brighter than the previous ones, and the pressure was also stronger. Seeing Chu Luiyue arrive, the surrounding crowd became even quieter, and their eyes were almost unblinking as they stared at him. The profound formations from before were basically not difficult to comprehend. But from now on, it would be different. Even if she was a great Mystic King Master herself, it would be very difficult for her to comprehend all of these. Not to mention, every time she constructed a profound formation, the mental energy and strength consumed would be much more than before. Chu Luiyue sent out a stream of force, and a profound formation instantly appeared under his feet. She lowered her head to take a look and was stunned. This profound formation. Chapter 2202. Seeing Chu Luiyue staring at the Xian formation and not moving for a long time, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but gradually become restless. What is she looking at? I don't know, maybe she hasn't recovered yet after suddenly seeing a great Xian King Master level Xian formation? A Xian formation of this level isn't that easy to comprehend, right? Just as the crowd was discussing animatedly, Chu Luiyue finally came back to her senses. She raised her hands lightly, and several streaks of light flew out. In terms of quantity, it was clearly much more than before. This also confirmed the crowd's previous guess. She was indeed a great Xian King Master. The silver streaks of light intertwined, and very quickly formed the outline of a circular Xian formation in front of her. Immediately after, a series of complicated patterns also gradually outlined. In less than 15 minutes, that Xian formation was completely displayed. Chu Luiyue waved her wrist lightly, and that Xian formation silently fell, completely overlapping with the Xian formation sealed under the black jade. Bang! A silver spark that was much larger than before flew up, and slowly bloomed above her head. The crowd quieted down, and the originally somewhat noisy voices instantly dissipated. The way they looked at Chu Luiyue changed again. It can't be, right? How is she so fast? That's the Nether Heart formation. Although it's considered one of the simpler ones among great Xian King Master's Xian formations, but it's still a level higher than those just now. Did she see it clearly? She displayed it in the blink of an eye. I've already broken through to great Xian King Master for several years, but I'm not as fast as her. What kind of person has come? Most importantly, she doesn't even have a bloodline totem, and is already so heaven-defying. I really don't dare to imagine what kind of existence she would be if she had one. Fortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Otherwise, with just this move, she would have already crushed countless people, right? Right at this time, a cheerful voice sounded. Oh. It's only been a few days, and the little girl is already here? Chu Luiyue turned her head to look, and curled her lips into a smile. Senior Xiao Ran, why are you here too? Xiao Ran laughed as he looked at Chu Luiyue with a curious and admiring gaze. I was bored by myself, so I decided to come out for a walk. I didn't expect to see you activating the Nether Heart formation as soon as I arrived. Your speed is indeed fast enough. The levels of the Xian formations in front of him were not high, so it was not difficult to use them. However, this Nether Heart formation was a genuine Grand Xian King Master level formation, yet she was actually able to comprehend it so smoothly and easily. Chu Luiyue pursed his lips and smiled. It's actually a coincidence. I've seen this Nether Heart formation before. Oh. I see. Xiao Ran nodded in understanding, and the crowd heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. It turned out that he had seen her before. If that was the case, it wasn't hard to explain why she was so fast. If it was really the same as before, where one could comprehend it with a single glance, then no one would be allowed to live. Then continue. Continue. Xiao Ran chuckled. When he first heard that Chu Luiyue was a Grand Xian King Master, although he was surprised, he didn't think too much about it. After all, Grand Xian King Masters were not rare in the illusory God Palace. However, only now did he realize that Chu Liuyue's strength in this aspect seemed to be even more outstanding than many Grand Xian King Masters. At the very least, he had never seen anyone who could comprehend all the Xian formations of Grand Xian King Masters in a short 4 days. Mu Yafeng couldn't do it either. Chu Liyue nodded and continued forward. The Star Road was very lively, but the courtyard where Chu Liyue and the others were in was very quiet. After little Hachi got up from the bed, she went to Chu Liyue's room. However, it was empty. There was no one in the room. Looking at the empty room, she stretched lazily and turned to walk back. She happened to see Xin Yi, who had just come out from next door. Little Hachi asked. "Big brother, master isn't back yet?" Xin Yi nodded. "It's already been a few days," little Hachi mumbled. Then, her eyes lit up as she said excitedly. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that master is still walking on the Star Road? Big brother, why don't we go take a look together?" Xin Yi's expression was indifferent. "Not going." Why not?" Little Hachi was instantly disappointed. She glanced in the direction of the Star Road. "I see that there are quite a lot of people there. They must have been stunned by master. Let's go join in the fun." Xin Yi looked up and quietly glanced at her. "What's there to see about a Grand Xian King Master's Xian formation?" Little Hachi pursed her lips. "Big brother, you can't not let others take a look just because you look down on a Grand Xian King Master's Xian formation, right? You're abnormally strong in this aspect, but I'm different from you. You're not a Xian Master, so there's no comparison." Xin Yi reminded, "If you have the time, why don't you think about the things I asked you to refine last time? Have you finished them all?" Little Hachi put her hands on her hips, looking arrogant. "Of course I've finished refining them all." Who was she looking down on? "That's good." Xin Yi's expression was indifferent. "Double it." Little Hachi, "Big brother, little Hachi has been cooped up here for several days. Why don't we let her out for a walk?" Hua Shuangshuang, who heard their conversation, poked her head out of the room. "Why don't I bring her to Herb Mountain for a stroll?" When little Hachi heard this, she instantly perked up. "Herb Mountain? Sure." As expected, second brother is the best to me. Xin Yi glanced at Hua Shuangshuang and paused for a moment before finally nodding. "Double it." Little Hachi's mouth twitched. She just knew that big brother wouldn't relent so easily. "Double it is." "Second brother, let's go. I reckon that when we return, we can still go to the Star Passage to cheer for master." The two quickly left, heading straight in the direction of Herb Mountain. Xin Yi stared at their backs for a while before turning around. However, he didn't return to his room. Instead, he went to the side. When he entered the room, it was completely silent. Walking around the screen, he saw Chang Wanzhou sitting in a chair with his head slightly lowered. His soft golden hair fell down, covering his eyes and brows. His lips, which were always like roses in the past, were now slightly pale. One of his hands was tightly gripping the armrest of the chair, and his body was trembling slightly as if he was experiencing some kind of pain. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his palm was covered in a thin layer of frost. Xin Yi walked in front of him and turned his wrist over. He separated a bit of force and poured it into his Yuan meridian. After a while, the cold aura on Chang Wanzhou's body quietly dissipated. He exhaled. "Thank you." Xin Yi shook his head and looked at the letter at his waist. The illusion character inside was rich and dazzling, as if something was about to penetrate it. He reached out and brushed his hand over the letter. After a while, the inexplicable aura disappeared by more than half, and the character also faded a lot. "This is fine." Chapter 2203. To comprehend a Grand Xian King Master level profound formation, she obviously had to spend more energy and time than before. Chu Liuyue's speed had obviously slowed down. Of course, this was only what she thought. In the eyes of the surrounding people, her current speed could already be called abnormal. The way they looked at her changed from the initial disdain and contempt to a complicated look. The illusory god palace indeed hadn't had such an outstanding genius for a long time. However, she didn't have a bloodline totem. This also indicated that no matter how outstanding her performance was, the final outcome was already decided. On one hand, everyone envied her talent, but on the other hand, they felt pity for her bloodline. Of course, the majority of them were thankful for this. However, Chu Liyue didn't care about what they thought. She only had one thought now, to complete the star path and enter the illusory god palace. Bang! A profound formation quickly appeared in front of her, and a silver spark slowly bloomed above her head. Then, she continued to take a step forward. Xiaoran watched from the side for a while, and finally couldn't help but rub his chin and ask, "Little girl, how did you comprehend that wind-lightning profound formation so quickly?" Chu Liyue didn't even turn her head. Her eyes were still staring at the profound formation under her feet. "Because I've seen it before." The corner of Xiaoran's mouth twitched. "You've already said this many times." Although these profound formations were of the same level, there was still quite a bit of difference between them. Some were simple, while others were very complicated. The same Grand Xian King Master could comprehend two completely different profound formations, and the time it would take would be very different because of this. Take that wind-lightning profound formation for example. It was definitely the most complicated profound formation of the same level. However, Chu Liyue only looked at it for a short while before successfully copying it and displaying it. One had to know that even he had used half a month's time to completely comprehend it. Many people envied him because of this. However, compared to Chu Liyue right now, even if she said she had seen it before, Xiaoran still couldn't help but feel defeated. "When I asked you before, you said you've seen it before, and now you say you've seen it before. What a coincidence, you've seen all these profound formations before." How old was she? Even if he had started studying profound formations in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to have such a wide range of knowledge, right? Many of the Xian formations on the star passage could only be found here. Chu Liyue paused for a moment, as if he was weighing his words. Actually, the profound formations of great Xian King Masters that I have comprehended aren't that many, but there are indeed quite a few that have clashed with the ones here. I guess. It's really a coincidence, right? She didn't believe it herself. However, she still spoke in a serious manner, and her face was pure and sincere. "You might not know this, but I've always had good luck." Xiaoran, everyone was speechless. No matter how good his luck was, it shouldn't be this good, right? Xiaoran looked at her suspiciously, but he couldn't see anything from her face, so he could only give up. Meanwhile, little Hachi and Hua Shuangshuang went straight to the Herb Mountain. The so-called Herb Mountain was actually a large stretch of undulating mountain ranges. Towering mountains and precipitous ridges, strange peaks stood in great numbers. Before they arrived, they could already smell the rich medicinal fragrance in the air. Little Hachi's eyes instantly lit up. "Second brother, there's really a lot of good stuff here." Hua Shuangshuang looked at her excited face and laughed. "Are you happy now?" Little Hachi raised her eyebrows and snorted. "Big brother is too old-fashioned. Didn't we just come out for a walk? What's there to worry about? I've been out there alone for the past few years, and I've been living well. Nothing has happened to me. Big brother is doing this for your own good." I should have called little 13 over. This way, big brother's energy can be diverted. Hua Shuangshuang coughed. Little 13 has always been obedient and sensible. Big brother has never put in much effort for him. However, little Hachi, on the other hand, had a jumpy personality and was heartless. They had cleaned up a lot of her messes behind her. Little Hachi's red lips curled, but she didn't refute. Soul sky fruit? She casually glanced around and suddenly saw a large patch of soul sky fruits growing on a mountain peak not far away. Soul sky fruits were extremely precious and rare. Even in Peach Blossom Cove and Sanson's small space, there were only a dozen or so of them growing. Little Hatchie had asked Sanson for some earlier, but Sanson was unwilling to give them to her. However, at a rough glance, there were at least 100 of them here. Just nice, I'm in urgent need of these things recently. It's really easy to get them. Little Hatchie's figure flashed, and she went straight for the mountain. Hua Shuang followed closely behind. The soul sky fruit's stem was very long. It could reach a person's waist, and was about the thickness of a thumb. Layers of palm-sized leaves grew on the rhizome, and a longan-sized red berry grew at the top. This was the soul sky fruit. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Little Hatchie came closer. Seeing that the soul sky fruit was growing just right, her eyes were filled with joy. She reached out and was about to pluck it when she suddenly heard a voice from the side. Stop. Little Hatchie paused and looked in the direction of the voice. A woman in a white dress was rushing towards them at high speed. She didn't seem to move at all, but she was already in front of Little Hatchie in a few flashes. This woman looked to be about 20 years old. Her appearance was pure and beautiful, and her elegant white dress made her look even more elegant. She stood there like a magnolia. She glanced at Little Hatchie, and a hint of displeasure flashed across her eyes. She said, "You can't pluck this soul sky fruit." Little Hatchie was stunned. Why? Didn't the seventh divine envoy say that the things on this herb mountain can be used at will? For most people, that's indeed the case. But, you're an exception. The woman lifted her chin, and her eyes swept past the tongue on Little Hatchie's waist. People without a bloodline totem are not allowed to use the natural treasures on this herb mountain. Little Hatchie's beautiful eyes widened. There was actually such a rule. Wasn't this too much of a bully? Why didn't the seventh divine envoy say so earlier? Isn't this a lie? Really, you made me waste my feelings. Little Hatchie already had a problem with Jinyan Lai. Now that she heard this, she was even more furious. Impudent. The woman in the white dress's face instantly turned cold. The divine envoys were respected in the illusory god palace. No one dared to disrespect them like this. This woman was truly audacious. Little Hatchie. Hua Shuang also rushed over at this time. She pulled Little Hatchie and gave her a look. Then, she stepped forward and politely cupped her hands. "Miss, I'm really sorry." I'm not a miss." The woman raised her chin, looking proud and arrogant. "I'm the eighth divine envoy, Xu Jing." Chapter 2204. Hua Shuang was stunned. Only now did she understand where the other party's arrogance came from. The seventh divine emissary Jinyan Lai was an arrogant person, and this one was even more so. He smiled and said, "The eighth divine emissary. So it's the eighth divine emissary. Actually, we didn't mean to offend you. It's just that we're new here and don't know many of the rules. If we've offended you, please forgive us." He was tall and handsome to begin with, and his current attitude was very sincere, which made him seem more likable. Xu Jing's expression softened a little, and he said calmly, "The more new you are, the more you don't know, and the more you have to be respectful. This is the illusory god palace, not some random place. You don't have a bloodline totem, so you have to be more careful." The eighth divine emissary is right. Hua Shuang immediately agreed. Xu Jing continued, "If you want to use the natural treasures here, it's not completely impossible. A Grand Doctor level pill can be exchanged for one chance." Hua Shuang and Little Hatchie's expressions changed slightly. This level of pill was extremely rare. Even Little Hatchie didn't have it. And even if she did, this exchange wasn't worth it. Little Hatchie was so angry that she laughed. Her red lips curled into a perfect arc, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. "Thank you for your good intentions, but I think we should forget about it. With this little time, I can do anything else. Why do I have to do such a thankless thing? Second brother, let's go. It's the same if we go back and get it from Sanson. Xu Jing only thought that she was stubborn, and said disapprovingly, if you don't have the ability, then don't force yourself. This herb mountain doesn't lack people like you. Especially when they didn't even have a bloodline totem. Lord Divine Emissary, you don't have to worry about this. Little 8 lowered his eyes to admire the nail polish that he had meticulously applied as he said lazily. Anyway, we'll leave after staying here for a while. We'll just treat this as a vacation. But Lord Divine Emissary, you should pay more attention to rest and not get angry. Our master said that women get old quickly if they get angry. You. Xu Jing was furious. Lil 8 was still smiling. With a twist of his waist, he pulled Hua Shuang and left in a carefree manner. The colorful and gorgeous skirt swayed in the wind, and the broken jade beads strung on the colorful string around her wrists and ankles made crisp sounds. Her slender and fair waist was faintly discernible as she walked. It was especially eye-catching and seductive. Many of the surrounding onlookers originally wanted to see a joke, but at this moment, they were all stunned. A natural beauty like little Hachi could make countless people go crazy with just a look or a curl of her finger. There was an indescribable enchanting aura on her body, like a fatal temptation, but also like a strong and vivid painting, easily entering one's eyes and engraving it into one's mind, unable to be erased. Suddenly, a young man flew over and stopped little Hachi and Hua Shuang. The way he looked at little 8 was filled with undisguised eagerness. Miss, I am Liang He. May I know your name? Little Hachi narrowed her eyes and glanced at him. What are you doing? Her voice had always been soft and delicate, but at this moment, it carried a bit of laziness. When Hua Shuang heard it, she knew that she was suppressing her anger. Unfortunately, the man opposite her didn't know and thought that the girl was acting coquettishly. Instantly, half of his body went limp. He hurriedly said, Mississippi, don't misunderstand. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to be friends with you. I just heard that you want the soul sky fruit. I just happen to have a few extra here. How about I give them to you? These words sounded too fake. No one would complain about having too many soul sky fruits. He was clearly trying to please little Hachi. Little Hachi yawned. She had seen too many of these kinds of tricks and was really bored. If she was in a good mood, she might be happy to say a few more words to him. But now, she was in a very bad mood and almost couldn't suppress her anger. So she couldn't be bothered to talk to him. No need. I'm not interested. With that, she lifted her feet and left. Liang He was instantly anxious. Then. Miss, you really don't want the soul sky fruit? Little Hachi didn't even turn her head. She waved her hand lazily and dismissed him with one sentence. It won't be too late to find me after you bring those soul sky fruits over. Liang He's face stiffened. Little Hachi and Hua Shuang had already left. Xu Jing saw this scene and frowned slightly. In his heart, he was even more disgusted with little Hachi. What else can this kind of woman do other than seduce men? She's just a mere high god without a bloodline totem. How can she be so arrogant? The 7th oracle actually let this kind of person in. Her figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Little Hachi, aren't we going to the Star Road to see Master? Are you planning to go back? Hua Shuang followed beside little Hachi. Seeing her change direction, she couldn't help but ask. Little Hachi snorted softly. Why are we going there now? To make things difficult for Master? If Master knew that they were scornfully bullied just now, he wouldn't be in a good mood. It was better to let Master focus on his own matters first. If they went there now, it wouldn't be to cheer them on, but to be discouraged. Hua Shuang sighed. Don't take it to heart. From the moment you stepped into the illusory god palace, you should have expected this situation, right? Jin Yunlai's attitude at the heavenly gate had already explained everything. Little Hachi kicked a stone in front of her away and wrinkled her nose. I just feel disgusted. That Shu Jing is the 8th oracle. I'm Little Hachi. Aren't you deliberately disgusting me? Hua Shuang laughed. Little Hachi's anger was always different from theirs. That's fine. You're prettier than her. Really? Little Hachi's expression finally improved after hearing this. She raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. Hua Shuang suppressed her laughter. Wasn't it very obvious just now? Otherwise, Liang He wouldn't have taken the initiative to come over. After all, Shu Jing was still around at that time. Little Hachi's lips curled up slightly. That's right. Master is the most beautiful person in the world. I'm the same as Master. The two quickly returned to their residence and saw Sun-Yi sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard. There was a yellowed piece of paper in front of him with a few stones on it. It looked like he was studying some kind of mechanism. When he heard their footsteps, he looked up, but there was no surprise on his face. Big brother, I was bullied today. When little Eighth returned, he poured out his grievances and told Sun-Yi about what had happened in an aggrieved manner. Finally, he concluded, these people are too much. Sun-Yi's expression didn't change. When she finally finished, he said mildly, it's just a small matter. Isn't it just a medicinal pill for a great physician? It's not like you can't refine it. Chapter 2205. Little Hachi froze. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she quickly glanced at Sun-Yi. Sun-Yi dropped the last stone in his hand with a calm expression. Little Hachi instantly exhaled and slumped onto the stone table. Big brother, can't you give me some privacy? She hadn't even said anything. Big brother would know everything. I was still thinking of giving Master a surprise. She grumbled unhappily. Sun-Yi glanced at her and asked. Can this be considered a surprise? Then the threshold for this surprise was too low. Little Hachi was speechless. This person was too perverted. Sun-Yi seemed to have heard her thoughts and asked calmly, what did you say? Little Mina immediately sat up straight and gave him 2 thumbs up with a look of admiration. I said that Big Brother's plans are flawless. He can predict things like a god. He's really amazing. Little Hachi was really impressed. Hua Shuang glanced at Little Hachi and was a little surprised. Little Hachi, I haven't seen you in a few years, but your bootlicking skills have improved. Little Hachi was speechless. Second brother, you flatter me. Your sharp-tongued ability is also better than before. Actually, Hua Shuang wasn't like this at first. Ever since she started raising animals and vegetables with Shifang, she was infected by him. After so many years, she didn't get any better. It's too much of a loss to exchange medicine for those things. I would only agree if there was a hole in my brain. Little Hachi snorted. Even if she could refine it, she wouldn't be willing to do so. Sun-Yi nodded. Although Herb Mountain is big, there are only so many things. You have enough for now. It's fine if you don't go. Little Hachi looked at him strangely. Big brother, how do you know all this? You been to Herb Mountain? Sun-Yi paused and put away the items on the table before saying calmly, he calmly said, with your standard, you can only refine these things. As for more, do you need it now? Little Hachi raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. That's not necessarily true. Then we'll talk about it when you can do it. After saying that, Sun-Yi got up and left. Little Hachi stuck out her tongue at his back. In the blink of an eye, it was the second day. On the star passage, Chu Luiyue looked at the profound formation beneath his feet and exhaled softly. Then, she lifted her foot and left the star passage. When the crowd saw this, there was an uproar. Was he finally unable to persevere and was about to give up? Yo, why aren't you watching anymore? Xiao Ran asked curiously. Chu Luiyue smiled. Nothing, I just want to rest. Everyone secretly exchanged glances. Even though he put it nicely, it was probably because he was unable to comprehend it and was trying to find a way out for himself. But this was normal. People who tried to walk the star path often did so there was nothing to say. Moreover, Chu Luiyue had comprehended so many profound formations and walked so far in such a short period of time. That's fine. You haven't been back for a few days, right? Change your brain and come back to fight again. Xiao Ran was also very open-minded as he said with a smile. Chu Luiyue nodded and thanked him before heading back to her residence. After she left, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Chu Luiyue quickly returned to her courtyard. Master, you're back. Little Hachi was resting on a rattan chair in the courtyard and immediately wanted to get up when she saw her. Just rest. I'll go back and calm down first. Chu Luiyue said. Little Hachi blinked and lay back down. Oh, okay. Then rest well, master. Chu Luiyue returned to her room, locked the door, and took a deep breath. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and said word by word, those are actually the profound formations of a great mystic king master. When she saw them back then, De Bao clearly said that they were profound formations of a mystic king master. Chapter 2206. Chu Luiyue felt that he had been deeply deceived. Back then in the Scarlet Moon Desert, how much effort had she put in to comprehend those incomparably complicated profound formations? There were even a few times when he was caught by De Bao and scolded because he really couldn't remember. At that time, she only thought that her talent was limited, and she was worried that she would let down De Bao's expectations. She felt guilty for a long time. In the end, he had taken something that was far beyond her realm and forced her to cultivate. Unfortunately, she was too innocent at that time. Although she felt that those things were very difficult, she never doubted De Bao. Needless to say, Lan Xiao and Diwu Zhangzi definitely knew about it too. They could be considered half an accomplice. Chu Luiyue ground his teeth. When I find them, I'll make them pay for this. This means that you've seen all those Xian formations before? Dumpling's soft voice sounded in his heart. Chu Luiyue face-bombed. Not really. But, however, the closer she got to the illusory god palace, the more profound formations she saw. At first, she didn't feel that something was wrong, but later on, when she saw those profound formations that De Bao called Mystic King Tier profound formations appearing one after another in the area of the Great Mystic King Tier profound formations, and there were quite a few of them, she knew that there was something fishy going on. Sensing her thoughts, Dumpling asked excitedly, if that's the case, doesn't that mean that you will be able to comprehend all the profound formations on the star passage in no time? That's great. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips slightly. That's why I came back. Previously, it could still be explained as her talent and luck. However, if this continued, everyone would be certain that there was something wrong with her. Although she urgently wanted to enter the illusory god palace and find De Bao and the others, she was still worried. If he didn't handle the suspicions and questions of the people around him well, it was very likely that it would cause unknown effects. She hadn't been in the illusory god palace for long and hadn't figured out anything yet. It wasn't wise for her to advance rashly. Let's wait and see how the illusory god palace reacts before making our next move. Chu Luiyue said firmly. Originally, she was worried about De Bao and the others. All she wanted to do was to enter the palace of the illusory god through the star path. But now, after knowing that she had seen most of the profound formations on the star passage, she was no longer that anxious. Dumpling was confused. Then Dumpling will listen to you. Chu Luiyue walked over and sat down. He closed his eyes and rested. For the past few days, she had not slept or rested to cast the profound formation. She had indeed exhausted a huge amount of energy and mental energy. Let's wait here for a while. Grandpa De Bao and the others should be fine, right? Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and snorted. They are the only ones who can bully others. How can others bully them? Achoo! Lan Shao suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and mumbled, "Who is it that thinks of me so much?" Looking around, it was still dark. He sighed and lay back down. Sigh, these days are really too boring. I say, why don't you send a few people over and this young master will help you train them? No one answered. Lan Shao snorted. Forget it if you don't want to. Back then, so many people begged me, but this young master refused. Now, you missed such a good opportunity. Seriously, you're just a defeated general. All your glory in the past has turned into smoke. Living in the past will only make others pity you. That voice came from afar. Lan Zhao's lips curled up into a sinister smile. You know very well who's living in the past. Miss Little Hatchie. Little Hatchie was curled up in the recliner and sleeping with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she heard a man's voice coming from outside the courtyard. She couldn't help but open her eyes and look over curiously. A man was standing outside the door, looking over with a nervous and expectant face. This courtyard was very big. There was only a short bamboo fence surrounding the outside, which didn't affect one's vision. Therefore, the people outside could easily see the situation inside the courtyard. It was the same for the people inside the courtyard. Who are you? Little Hatchie asked blankly. That man instantly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he looked awkward for a moment. However, he quickly adjusted himself and chuckled. Miss Little Hatchie, I'm Liang He. We met at the herb mountain before. Little Hatchie blinked and remembered that she seemed to have seen this face before. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry, my memory isn't very good. Usually, I don't remember people who aren't especially good-looking. Her attitude towards people and objects was the same, she would only pick good-looking ones. She would even pick the petals for bathing, let alone people. This Liang He looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. Compared to ordinary people, he was considered good-looking. However, in Little Hatchie's eyes, he was just like a normal person. Liang He was defeated, but he wasn't angry. Because Little Hatchie indeed had the right to say that. Moreover, he had fallen in love with Little Hatchie at first sight. When he heard this, he only felt that Little Hatchie was really cute and straightforward. He wasn't angry at all. That's fine. I'll come here a few more times in the future. Miss Little Hatchie will be familiar with me. Little Hatchie suddenly thought of something and looked at him suspiciously. How do you know my name? Liang He smiled and said, naturally, I went to ask around. Little Hatchie is so beautiful that it didn't take much effort to ask. I've offended you a bit. What I've done is a little offensive. Is Miss Little 8 unhappy? Little Hatchie laughed. What's there to be unhappy about? She had seen this kind of thing many times, so she didn't care. Could it be that she could really stay in the illusory god palace while concealing her identity? Speak, what did you come to find me for? If there's nothing important, I'm going to rest. Yes, yes. Liang He hastily said. Previously, Miss Little Hatchie said that you wanted the soul sky fruit. I came here to give it to you. I've brought all the things that Miss 8 has taken a fancy to. Little Hatchie was originally lazy, but when she heard this, she immediately revealed a surprised expression. All of them? There are more than 100 of them. Liang He chuckled and said eagerly, that's right. Yes, they're all here. Little Hatchie raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a questioning gaze. She said with a smile that wasn't a smile, won't the 8th divine emissary be angry if he knows what you've done? Miss Xiaoba, you might not know this, but there are many other places on the medicinal mountain where soul heavenly fruits grow. The ones that I have brought are merely a portion of them. Lord Divine Envoy will not be angry about this. Little Hatchie smirked at his words. So the 7th divine emissary wasn't lying when he said that he could use anything on Herb Mountain. The one who really didn't want her to take the soul sky fruits was the lofty 8th divine emissary. Chapter 2207. As if reading her mind, Liang He hurriedly said, Miss Little Hatchie, don't be angry. The eighth messenger isn't targeting you, but he's targeting everyone who doesn't have a bloodline totem, right? Little Hatchie replied. Liang He's expression was a bit awkward. Actually, you can't say that. Guarding the herb mountain is the eighth messenger's responsibility. How about this, if you want anything in the future, just tell me and I'll get it for you. How about that? To him and the others in the Illusion God Palace, there was nothing wrong with the eighth messenger's actions. Besides, Little Hatchie was a high god, so the eighth messenger naturally didn't like her. Little Hatchie waved her hand. That's not necessary. I'm not that down yet. Liang He sensed that she seemed to be angry, so he didn't dare to barge in and make her even angrier. Then, these soul heavenly fruits. You can keep them for yourself. Little Hatchie sneered in her heart and lay back down, showing that she had no interest in continuing the conversation. Liang He was a bit embarrassed, but seeing her impatient expression, he could only say, I don't need these things. I'll leave them with Little Hatchie. Have a good rest. I'll come back another day. After he finished speaking, he actually really placed the over 100 heavenly soul fruits at the door. With every step he took, he would turn around and leave reluctantly. Hua Shuangshuang walked out of the house and glanced at Liang He who had already left. Little Hatchie, he's kind enough to give them to you. You really don't want them? It's just a bunch of soul heavenly fruits. What's so special about them? Little Hatchie rolled her eyes. If I really want something, can't I just snatch it myself? Why would I need someone to give it to me? Besides, there are so many people who want to curry favor with me. If I accept all those things, won't I die of exhaustion? Hua Shuangshuang laughed and nodded in agreement. That's true. All these years, whenever Little Hatchie wanted something, she would either look for her master or the 13th U Guard. Anyway, she had someone doting on her, so she had never had to worry about such things. Little Hatchie, I think you really need to refine something. The words on your tongue have almost faded by half. Hua Shuangshuang reminded. Little Hatchie dragged her voice. I know. Xu Jing returned to the illusory shrine and bumped into Jin Yunlai. Jin Yunlai nodded in greeting and was about to leave. Wait. Xu Jing stopped him. Jin Yunlai turned around. What's the matter? Xu Jing nodded and asked, were you the one who brought in those high gods without bloodline totems? Jin Yunlai's expression did not change. Yes. What's wrong? Xu Jing frowned. Don't you know what's going on? How can such people be let in? For so many years, such people have never come to the illusory shrine. It's really, they crossed the sea, got on the bridge, and reached the divine gate. Naturally, they are qualified to come in. Jin Yunlai interrupted him and stared at him. What, did any of them offend you? Xu Jing suppressed the anger in his heart. No, I just feel that it's strange to see such people in the illusory shrine. Are you doubting me? Xu Jing's heart skipped a beat. He immediately denied it. That's good. Jin Yunlai was much taller than Xu Jing. Standing in front of her, he naturally had a strong sense of oppression. If anyone offends you, you just have to punish them according to the rules. As for what you asked just now, I'll pretend I didn't hear it this time. There won't be a next time. There was a warning in his voice. Xu Jing bit his lips. Yes. On the Star Road, Mu Yafeng had been standing in the same place for 3 whole days without moving. She stared at the Xian formation under her feet and frowned. Countless possible patterns were sketched in her mind, but they didn't match. This Xian formation was really difficult to comprehend. She knew very well in her heart that she would not be able to solve this problem without a month or so. It was just that, she had just solved a few Xian formations. If she gave up and went back now, she really felt that she would lose face. She had been on this path for too long. In the beginning, everything went smoothly. But gradually, the the Xian formation became more and more difficult to crack. Every step forward required a huge amount of energy and a price. She couldn't remember how many times she had gone back and forth. And every time, the time she stayed on this path became shorter and shorter. The closer she got to the illusory shrine, the more difficult the Xian formation became. It wasn't something she could understand after studying it for a few days. Even if she didn't go back now, she wouldn't be able to move forward for a long time. Although there were no onlookers on both sides of the Star Road, she knew that there were still many people watching her. All her actions and performances here would spread throughout the illusory god palace in a very short time. Anyway, no matter what she chose, she would inevitably be talked about. If you can't understand it for the time being, you can go back and study it carefully. A familiar voice came. Mu Yafeng looked up and saw the person who came. She bent her knees and bowed. Greetings, Seventh Oracle. I want to try again. Jin Yunlai shook her head. This Xian formation is more complicated than you think. Back then, I used a full 3 months to barely understand a little. It was already a year later when I completely understood it. There's no point for you to stay here for a while longer. Hearing this, Mu Yafeng's expression wavered. After a moment, she finally sighed. I'm sorry to disappoint you. That's not true. If this Star Road was really so easy to traverse, there wouldn't be so few people who passed through it in tens of thousands of years. You're already very outstanding. You don't have to give yourself so much pressure. Mu Yafeng's mood finally eased a little. Jin Yunlai's words meant that she was still the one he thought the most highly of. Thank you, Oracle, for your advice. She was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something and looked back. By the way, where is that person now? I haven't heard anything these 2 days. Jin Yunlai's expression was as cold as ever. She already gave up 2 days ago and left the Star Road. I guess she's also stuck in some Xian formation. Mu Yafeng's eyes drooped slightly. That's a pity. I thought she could reach the Grandmaster Xian formation in one go. Jin Yunlai shook her head. You overestimated her. After all, she doesn't have a bloodline totem. You don't have to worry about it. Just focus on comprehending the rest. Yes. In the magnificent hall, Rong Xiu stood with his hands behind his back. Unlike before, he was now wearing a black robe. There was a hint of coldness and disdain on his cold and noble face. Swish. He raised his hand, and a bamboo scroll slowly unfolded in front of him. Rows and rows of names gradually appeared on the surface. It was the Pantheon record. There was a place that seemed to have been burned, and the name was blurry. A faint layer of gold shrouded it. Compared to the last time, the name had moved forward a lot. Chapter 2208. Shrouded in the golden light, the name was blurry and hard to distinguish. However, it contained an inexplicably powerful aura that made it different from the other names on the Pantheon record. Although the difference was very slight, it was real. Rong Xiu raised his hand and his slender fingers brushed over the name. The golden light grew brighter and shrouded the aura within. The aura that was about to overflow was gradually reduced, dissipated, and disappeared without a trace. The sound of footsteps echoed in the spacious hall. Master. Umo stepped forward and saw Rong Xiu summoning the Pantheon record. He couldn't help but be shocked and knelt on one knee. Rong Xiu moved his hand and the Pantheon record was put away. It turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared. Rong Xiu turned around and looked at Umo. Umo said respectfully, Master, Madam has left the star path and has cracked the gigantic spirit formation. Rong Xiu nodded slightly and didn't seem surprised. Umo hesitated for a moment and asked, Master, the palace of the illusory god, wait and see. Yes. Umo was certain. It seemed that Master didn't plan to do anything for the time being. Is Yenga back? Rong Xiu suddenly thought of something and asked. Umo immediately said, yes. tell him to stay put. If it's not necessary, there's no need for him to show up. Umo silently cried tears of sympathy for Yen Gu in his heart. Since he was exiled, he had been thinking about coming back every day. It wasn't easy for him to wait for this day. But before he could be happy enough, he was grounded again. Sigh, how pitiful. Umo tried his best not to smile so widely. Yes. I'll go now. With that, he got up and left respectfully. Soon, only Rong Xiao was left in the hall. Gigantic spirit formation, Rong Xiao's lips curved up into a light smile. Looks like there's no hurry. Chu Luiyue rested in his residence for 3 days. After adjusting his condition, he went out. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw a lot of natural treasures piled up outside. She glanced at them and found that they were all the more precious ones. She turned around and looked at little Hachi, who was curled up in the recliner. Little Hachi, where did these things come from? Little Hachi didn't even open her eyes. She turned over and mumbled sleepily, someone gave it to me. Others? Is it a gift? Chu Luiyue blinked. Ever since they came to the illusory god palace, they had been discriminated against everywhere. There weren't many people who were willing to look at them in the eye, yet someone had actually sent them gifts. Moreover, he was very generous. Even from her point of view, this was definitely not a small fortune. Yeah, I think, what's his name again? Oh, I forgot. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Master, that was sent by Liang He. Hua Shuangshuang walked out of the room on the other side and explained as she walked. Liang He? Chu Luiyue was unfamiliar with this name. Although she was also present on the day Liang He came, she was thinking about how Debaya used the Xian formation to trick her and didn't pay attention to anything else. Yes. Ever since Little 8 and I went to the Herb Mountain a few days ago, Liang He has been coming over every day. Every time, he would send some herbs over. Little Hachi snorted. I already said that I don't want it, but he insisted. What can I do? The meaning of rejection couldn't be more obvious. Unfortunately, Liang He was also stubborn. He didn't care about being splashed with cold water every day and was very persistent. Although he came to deliver things, he never rashly came in. Every time, he would leave after saying a few words. From a certain point of view, he knew his limits. Little Hachi was indifferent to this. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, she simply let him be. After a long time, he will give up. Chu Luiyue knew that this kind of thing was commonplace for little Hachi, so she didn't want to interfere. She was concerned about another matter. Aren't the things on the Herb Mountain allowed to be used freely? Why does Liang He still send them over every day? Little Hachi heard this and her body stiffened. Finally, she opened her eyes. Hua Shuangshuang paused for a moment, then briefly explained what happened that day. Although they didn't want to make things difficult for their master, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly after hearing this. There's such a rule? Without a bloodline totem, there were a lot of restrictions in this place. Master, the 7th messenger only said half of what he said that day. According to the 8th messenger, even if you have a bloodline totem, there are certain conditions if you want to use the herbs on the Herb Mountain. As a celestial physician, you have more authority than the average person. And the higher the rank of a celestial physician, the more freedom you have in the Herb Mountain and the more herbs you can use. Hua Shuangshuang rubbed her chin. I heard that Liang He is the youngest supreme doctor in the illusory god palace. A supreme doctor was an existence above a grand doctor. Chu Luiyue's eyes flashed slightly. She looked at little Hachi and laughed teasingly. Little Hachi, it seems that the one pursuing you this time is a genuine young talent. Little Hachi's red lips curled. His looks are average, no. Chu Luiyue knew that she had always been obsessed with looks, so she was just joking. However, according to this rule, it will be troublesome if we want to go to the Herb Mountain to get herbs. Although she didn't have any herbs on hand right now, there were clearly many good things on the Herb Mountain. It would be a pity if she missed this opportunity. Little girl, if you really need herbs, you don't have to go to the herb mountain. Xiao Ran's voice came from outside the door. Chu Luiyue smiled and went to open the door. Senior Xiao Ran, why are you here? Xiao Ran shrugged. It's been a bit boring in the house for the past 2 days, so I came out for a walk. When I passed by, I heard you guys talking about the herb mountain, so I came. Chu Luiyue nodded and asked. What did you mean by that? Xiao Ran bit the toothpick in her mouth and smiled. You guys have been in the illusory god palace for a while, but you don't even know this? There are so many of you, could it be that you've been here all this time and haven't walked around? Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment. Now that she said it, it really was. Seeing Chu Luiyue's reaction, Xiao Ran was speechless and helplessly shook her head. Actually, other than the herb mountain and lightning pool, there are many other interesting places in the illusory god palace. Why are you guys always here? As for the herbs, it's not just you guys. Many cultivators who aren't celestial physician or aren't strong enough have the same problem. They usually go to the precious treasure pavilion to buy them. The price is fair and the items are good. Precious treasure pavilion? Chu Luiyue subconsciously said with a surprised expression. Xiao Ran was stunned. Yeah, it's the biggest shop in the illusory god palace. Not only do they have herbs, they also have many other treasures. Why, is there a problem? Chapter 2209. Chu Luiyue came back to his senses and smiled. It's nothing. It's just that the name sounds familiar. I've heard of it before. Xiao Ran didn't mind. Anyway, the name of this place is always the same. Chu Luiyue thought about it and agreed. But it was quite a coincidence. You're saying that there are other treasures besides herbs? Yes. You're new here, so you don't know. Many cultivators in the illusory god palace have a close relationship with the precious treasure pavilion. For example, the higher-ranked celestial physician can take some herbs from the herb mountain. They can sell these herbs through the precious treasure pavilion and make a profit. This way, they can also give it to those who can't take herbs from the herb mountain. Everyone can take what they need, so why not? For example, Chu Luiyue, if he wanted to enter the herb mountain, he had to provide a grand physician-level pill. This was a huge price and not worth it. If he chose to go to the precious treasure pavilion, he could get what he wanted at a lower cost. Overall, this was beneficial to everyone. Except for the 8th Divine Envoy. If that's the case, the 8th Divine Envoy has no objections? Little Hachi and the others only wanted to take some soul sky fruits, but they were rejected by the 8th Divine Envoy. The existence of the precious treasure pavilion would undoubtedly reduce the benefits of the 8th Divine Envoy. But the 8th Divine Envoy actually accepted it? Xiao Ran sneered. Of course she has objections, but it's useless. She can control the herb mountain, but she won't dare to touch the precious treasure pavilion. Oh. Why is that? Chu Luiyue was curious. The divine envoys had a very high status in the illusory god palace. What kind of background did the precious treasure pavilion have to not be afraid of them? Isn't it simple? It's because of the person in the precious treasure pavilion. She can't afford to offend him. As Xiao Ran spoke, he looked around, as if he was a little afraid. Actually, very few people dare to mention that person in the illusory god palace. I'm just mentioning it to you today. You know it in your heart. Chu Luiyue had a question in his throat, but he swallowed it down. Thank you. What's there to thank me for? Xiao Ran shook his head unconcernedly. He put his hands behind his head and walked 2 steps before he turned around and said, Oh right, I see that you're quite talented as a mystic cultivator. If there's anything you don't understand, just look for me. I'm really too bored. Chu Luiyue had heard him say this more than once. He couldn't help but laugh. Definitely. Xiao Ran swaggered away. Yi Xia thought for a moment, then turned around and said, I'll go take a look at the treasure pavilion. Hua Shuang said, Mistress, let me go with you. I'm going too. Little Hachi finally got up from the recliner, yawned, and walked over lazily. Her half-asleep and half-awake appearance was quite charming. Chu Luiyue combed her messy hair and said with a smile, Little Hachi, you don't have to go since you're so sleepy, right? I'm going. There were no more herbs. Little Hachi swallowed the last few words. Anyway, I'm quite bored here, so I'll go out with Mistress. As she spoke, she hugged Chu Luiyue's arm and leaned her head on Chu Luiyue's shoulder. Chu Luiyue nodded. Then let's go together. The illusion god palace occupied a large area, with rows upon rows of houses and courtyards. Fortunately, the treasure pavilion was in a good location, so they quickly found it. There were many people on the way who were also heading in the same direction as them. When they arrived, they confirmed that those people were indeed heading for the Zhenbao pavilion. At this time, people were coming and going in front of the treasure pavilion. It was very lively. Chu Luiyue stood still and looked forward. This was an exquisitely carved 3-story building. Just from the outside, one could tell that it wasn't small. There was a plaque with golden words hanging on it, Treasure Pavilion. It really was the same name as Yao Chen's shop, but the handwriting was different. She suppressed the chaotic thoughts in her mind and headed for the treasure pavilion. Quite a number of people looked over. It wasn't that Chu Luiyue and the others were showing off. It was just that the three of them were already too conspicuous standing there. Hua Shuang was extremely tall and well-built. She stood out among the crowd. Little Hachi's enchanting beauty was indescribable, and she was born to attract attention. As for Chu Luiyue, she was incomparably beautiful and unrestrained. Her entire body exuded a noble aura that came from her bones. More importantly, the news of her walking the Star Road and reaching the Grand Mystic Emperor Division's Mystic Formation area in the shortest time had already spread like wildfire. Isn't that Sheng Guanyu? Who? That's the one. The one who broke Mu Yafeng's record. I heard that she was trapped by the giant spirit formation a few days ago, so she gave up and went back. I didn't expect to see her here again today. You guys forgot that she doesn't have a bloodline totem. She's probably here to buy herbs or something. The two beside her seemed to be the two people who were chased out of Herb Mountain by the 8th Divine Envoy a few days ago. Little Hachi ground her teeth, her beautiful eyes overflowing with killing intent. Chu Luiyue patted her hand and chuckled. All right, we're here to buy things. Why are you getting angry with them? Let's go in later and see what we want. We'll buy as much as we can. Little Hachi smiled. Master is still the best to me. Chu Luiyue and the others ignored the various gazes around them and entered the treasure pavilion. What did you say? Master told me not to come out for the time being. Yan Gu, who was leisurely fiddling with a jade item, looked up in shock when he heard this. It can't be. I just came back. Umo patted him on the shoulder. I'm deeply sympathetic, but this is Master's intention. You know. Yan Ji's eyes twitched. He pulled his hand down and said expressionlessly, next time when you're expressing sympathy, don't smile so brightly. It'll be more convincing. No matter what, Master has already transferred you back. He just wants you to appear less for the time being. Isn't this better than before? Yan Gu looked at him speechlessly and asked weakly, what are you talking about? Did Master say how long it would take? He didn't say. Umo chuckled. Don't worry too much. Since Madam and the rest are already here, it won't be long. Suddenly, Yan Ji's expression changed. She's here. Umo was stunned. Who's here? Yan Gu almost rolled his eyes. Who else can it be? Madam is here. I'll go. Umo immediately became nervous. Then I'll leave first. Be careful. Without waiting for Yan Ji's reply, he disappeared from the room in a flash. Yan Ji's face twitched violently. Bah! What a shameless person. Just like Yan Qing. After cursing for a while, Yan Gu felt better. But when he thought of that person downstairs, his heart could not calm down. Chapter 22:10. The space inside Jinbao Pavilion was bigger than it looked from the outside. The entire first floor was a huge square exhibition hall. The four walls were inlaid with long cabinets made of white crystals. All kinds of treasures were placed on the cabinets in picturesque disorder. In the middle, there was a spiral staircase. In front of the staircase was a counter. A middle-aged man was standing there. He looked like the person in charge. Other than him, there were no other servants on the first floor. Instead, more than 10 customers were strolling around casually. According to Xiao Ran, Jinbao Pavilion had a powerful backer. Even the 8th divine envoy didn't dare to offend them. It was no wonder that this place looked so relaxed. They weren't afraid of anyone causing trouble. Unless there was something wrong with your head, you wouldn't offend Jinbao Pavilion. Seeing Chu Luiyue and the others enter, everyone in the room looked over with different expressions. Curiosity, inquiry, disdain. Chu Luiyue was about to walk to the side when she suddenly felt a gaze land on her. Her heart skipped a beat and she looked up. A woman in a long green dress was looking at her. This woman looked to be in her 20s. She had a graceful figure and was delicate and elegant. There was a faint arrogance between her eyebrows. Chu Luiyue didn't recognize her. But the other party's gaze made her feel a little strange. "You're Shang Guanyu?" she asked softly. Chu Luiyue nodded. "Yes. May I know who you are, Sister Yafeng? Why are you greeting this kind of person?" Before the woman could speak, a young woman beside her spoke up. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with impatience and disdain as they swept over Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue immediately understood. "So it's Miss Mu." Mu Yafeng looked at the woman disapprovingly. "Miss Shangguan is extremely talented as a mystic cultivator. You can't be so rude." As she spoke, she smiled faintly at Chu Luiyue. "I heard that Miss Shangguan broke the record. I'm really impressed." The woman pursed her lips and said softly. "So what? Without a bloodline totem, he wouldn't be able to walk for long. What's there to show off now?" Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows slightly. "I am but a mere great Xian King teacher, and there is still quite a large gap between me and a great grandmaster like Miss Mu. This admiration is not something I can bear." The woman snorted. "At least you have some self-awareness." Mu Yafeng gave her a warning look and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, my sister didn't mean to offend you." "Didn't I offend you unintentionally?" Little Hachi crossed her arms and chuckled. "I really don't know if I should say that Miss Mu's younger sister is too outspoken, or that Miss Mu is not good at disciplining her." Mu Yafeng and Mu Yafeng's expressions changed. Chu Luiyue tugged at Little Hachi and smiled. "I'm sorry, our Little Hachi is also a straightforward person." His words left the other party speechless. "We still have things to do, so we won't disturb you." As Chu Luiyue spoke, he pulled Little Hachi to the side. "Little Hachi, look over here. Is there anything you want?" They walked to the other side. "How arrogant!" the woman shouted in a low voice, unconvinced. "Enough. We didn't come here to quarrel," Mu Yafeng said with a frown. That woman sensed that she was really angry, and only then did she stop talking. Mu Yafeng walked to the counter in the middle. The anger on her face had already dissipated and was replaced with a gentle smile. "Lord Ming, I heard that the second master has returned." Digression, 6 p.m. Chapter 22:11. Chu Luiyue stopped in his tracks. Ming Shu chuckled and replied, "That's right. Miss Mu's news is really fast. The second master has just returned, and you already know." Mu Yafeng smiled gently. The second master has been away for several years, and we can't help but miss him. May I know if he's upstairs now? I have something to discuss with him. Ming Shu immediately said, he's here. Miss Mu, please wait for a moment. I'll go ask for instructions for you. Sorry to trouble you, Lord Ming. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Ming Shu went upstairs after he finished speaking. The entire treasure pavilion was under their control, so they didn't have to worry about anything happening after leaving for a while. However, after Ming Shu went upstairs, the people on the first floor were surprised and started discussing in low voices. The second master is back? When did this happen? Why didn't I hear about it? It seems to be just a few days ago. We don't know the details, but there have been rumors in private. However, the second master hasn't shown up since he came back. He left for a long time this time, right? I don't know where he went, but some people guessed that he left the Illusion God Palace. Shoo! We don't dare to talk about this kind of thing. Besides, it's not important. What's important is that the second master is back, so the treasure pavilion's main warehouse should be open now, right? Since he left, there are only 2 small warehouses left in operation, and many things are very scarce. That's true. But then again, Mu Yafeng's reputation is really big. She directly asked to see the second master as soon as she arrived. If it were me, I wouldn't have such confidence, huh? After all, she's the most promising person to complete the star path, and she's highly regarded by the 7th divine envoy and the others. Naturally, she's different from us. Mu Yafeng stood there with her hands crossed and placed on her lower abdomen. Her expression was calm. Only the subtle ripples in her eyes could be seen, and there was a hint of loftiness. After a while, Ming Shu came down from upstairs. She looked up, and a smile appeared on her lips again. Lord Ming, can I go up now? However, Ming Shu's expression was a little strange. He hesitated for a moment, and declined tactfully. Miss Mu, the second master said he's not feeling well today, so he won't see any guests. If you have anything to say, you can pass it on to me. As soon as he said that, the entire first floor fell silent. The smile on Mu Yafeng's face instantly froze. Lord Ming, what do you mean by this? Yu was also in a very difficult position, but he didn't dare to disobey the second master's words. Second master has indeed been working hard recently. Please forgive me. He was determined not to let her go up. Mu Yafeng pursed her lips. In the past, when she came, the second master would never refuse to see her. As for not feeling well, it was just an excuse. He just didn't want to see her. However, she didn't seem to have offended that person, did she? Mu Yafeng thought about it but still could not figure it out. She could only suppress these thoughts for now. Actually, I came here today mainly because I haven't seen Second Master for a few years, so I came to pay you a visit. But since it's still inconvenient for you, then, forget it. Zhao heaved a sigh of relief, and the smile on his face became much more sincere. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Mu. Then you can take a look around. If there's anything you like, just tell me. Mu Yafeng smiled faintly. You're too kind. Is the second volume of the mythical diagram of fire on the second floor of the treasure pavilion still there? Ming Shu said, this? It's still there. The mythical diagram of fire was divided into 2 volumes. It recorded thousands of Grandmaster-level Xian formations and had rather detailed annotations. It was extremely beneficial for the cultivation of Xian masters. In comparison, the first volume was simpler, while the second volume was much more difficult. Because of this, the price of the second volume was several times that of the first volume. Even for the people of the Illusory God Palace, it was an absolutely sky-high price. Mu Yafeng had bought the first volume before. It was precisely because of that she could greatly reduce the time it took to understand the Xian formations on the Star Passage. A few days ago, she was trapped again and had no choice but to give up and return from the Star Passage. She studied it alone for several days, but she had no clue at all. At this time, she realized that the seventh divine emissary's words were not an exaggeration. If she really did it herself, she might not succeed even after a few years. However, she really didn't want to wait that long, so she thought of the second volume of the mythical diagram of fire. Although this thing was very, very expensive, and buying it would definitely make her bankrupt and even cause her to be in debt. However, she still made up her mind. That was what she was here for today. Hearing that the thing was still there, she revealed a smile. Since it's still there, I want to go to the second floor and buy it. As she spoke, she lifted her foot and was about to go to the second floor. However, Zhao suddenly reached out and stopped her. Miss Mu, wait. It's not good for you to go up to the second floor. Mu Yafeng never thought that she would be stopped here and was stunned for a moment. Why? Why? The second floor of the treasure pavilion was indeed not a place that anyone could go up to. However, she was not included among these people. In the past, she had been to the treasure pavilion many times, and she had always been able to freely enter and exit the second floor. Why was it suddenly not possible this time? Is Lord Ming worried that I can't afford the second volume of the mythical diagram of fire? That's not it. Zhao rubbed his hands, as if deliberating over his words. It's just. I'm afraid I can't sell the second volume to you. Mu Yafeng was stunned. Ming Shu paused for a moment, then explained. The second master means. From today onwards, only the first floor will be open. The second and third floors will be closed for the time being. Similarly, the items inside will not be sold. The second volume of the mythical diagram of fire is on the second floor, so it's naturally included. Please go back. Mu Yafeng had never been treated like this. Not only did he not allow her to go up to the second floor, but he also did not intend to sell the items. Her face turned cold. Lord Ming, the treasure pavilion is open for business. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to reject people like this. Although the people beside her did not say anything, their expressions showed that they agreed with Mu Yafeng's words. Although there were many good things on the first floor, everyone knew that the best were on the second and third floors. Now that they were not allowed to go up, and they were not even selling the items, what was going on? Zhao curled the corners of his mouth, and his tone was polite but did not allow for any rebuttal. Miss Mu, it seems that it's not up to you to decide how the treasure pavilion does business. But Sister Yafeng isn't wrong. How can you open the door and not sell things? It's not like we can't afford it. The woman standing next to Mu Yafeng could not help but mutter in a low voice. However, the room was very quiet at this time, and her words were heard clearly by everyone present. The last trace of a smile on Zhao's face dissipated. With one hand behind his back, his voice turned cold. This is the first master's intention. Mu Yafeng was shocked. A chill rose from the soles of her feet and rushed to the top of her head. Chapter 22:12. This treasure pavilion was founded by the first master. Even if everything here was burned down, the first master would only be there for the show, let alone closing it down. Miss Mu, I know that the seventh divine emissary thinks highly of you, but even if he came here personally today, he can't go up to the second floor. Please consider it carefully. Zhao was trying to persuade them nicely, but he was very unhappy with Mu Yafeng and her servant's attitude. The reason why he was being courteous was because of Jin Yunlai. Unfortunately, Mu Yafeng didn't seem to realize this. She hadn't even finished the star path, but she was already putting on airs. It was really funny. Although Mingshu didn't say these words clearly, his expression couldn't be more obvious. Mu Yafeng only felt her face burning as if she had been slapped hard. She had been in the illusory god palace for so many years. Because of the seventh divine emissary's support, the others had always been very polite to her. This was the first time she had been rebuked like this. However, the other party was someone she couldn't afford to offend. Then we'll come back another day, Miss Mu, I won't see you off. Mingshu's casual words almost choked Mu Yafeng to death. She hurriedly said goodbye and pulled her servant away. The atmosphere on the first floor instantly became very awkward. Soon, the others left one after another. Soon, only Chu Luyue and the other two were left on the first floor. It wasn't that they had other ideas, but they didn't want to make a wasted trip. In any case, the master and servant trio were quite generous. Master, I want this, this, and this. Little Hachi pointed at a few herbs in the long cabinet. Chu Luyue raised his eyebrows slightly. You know how to choose. All of them were expensive items. Little Hachi blinked. Master, will you buy them? Chu Luyue gently knocked her forehead. Yes. As soon as he said that, Mingshu's voice was full of praise. This lady has good eyesight. Chu Luyue turned his head and saw that Mingshu had unknowingly arrived beside them. At this moment, the coldness on his face had completely disappeared and was replaced by a warm smile. These are all top-notch medicinal herbs. Chu Luyue was speechless. Wasn't this Lord Ming very arrogant just now? Why did she suddenly become so enthusiastic in the blink of an eye? With Zhenbao Pavilion status, it seemed that there was no need for them to praise themselves like this, right? However, these thoughts only flashed through his mind. Since the other party had given her so much face, she naturally welcomed it. Chu Liyue's red lips curved slightly. The things in the treasure pavilion are naturally the best. He smiled and cupped his hands. This humble one has long heard of Miss Shangguan's great name. I'm really happy to see him today. Miss Shangguan, please take a look. If there's anything you want, just tell me. If there wasn't any here, there were plenty in the storehouse. Chu Luyue was speechless. Isn't this Lord Ming a little too enthusiastic? This is completely different from his attitude towards Mu Yafeng and the others just now. Thank you, Lord Ming. We came here today because of your reputation. As for what we want to buy, we'll have to take a look for a while. Why don't you go ahead first? Mingshu chuckled. No hurry, no hurry. Aren't there only a few of you left in the shop now? Chu Luyue was speechless. Then. Thank you in advance, Lord Ming. What are you thanking me for? Mingshu waved his hand and walked to the long cabinet filled with precious medicinal herbs. Look, these Futian orchids are all thousands of years old. They were just picked and are very fresh. And this spirit bamboo is specially cultivated with ice spring irrigation. Its medicinal effect is very pure. Little Hachi's beautiful eyes sparkled. Mistress, these are all really good things. Speaking of which, they are much more precious than the soul sky fruit. Chu Luyue coughed. Of course, she knew that these were all rare treasures, but the price. May I ask Lord Ming, if you want to buy these things, what do you need to exchange for them? Before coming, Xiao Ran had already said that Precious Treasure Pavilion didn't accept money and only accepted barter. Although she had many things on her, there weren't many that she could take out to exchange. Mingshu laughed. If Miss Shangguan wants these, you don't need to exchange for anything. You just need to do me a favor. What favor? I heard that Miss Shangguan is extremely talented in Xian masters, so I would like to ask you to copy a scroll for me. Chu Luyue immediately understood something. A Xian formation diagram? That's right. Mingshu nodded. Actually, this wasn't anything new. There were countless Xian formations in this world, but it was impossible for ordinary people to engrave a Xian formation for future generations to see and comprehend. Only Xian masters who were strong enough could do it. But there are so many Xian masters in the illusory god palace. Who knows how many of them are stronger than me? Why did Lord Ming choose me? Mingshu smiled. Naturally, it's because you are currently the most talented person in the illusory god palace. Seeming to have seen her confusion, he continued to explain. Before you, the most outstanding person was Mu Yafeng, but your performance on the star path had already completely crushed her. So, we are more at ease if we leave this matter to you. In other words, Mu Yafeng didn't have the qualifications. Chu Luyue pondered and felt that this wasn't unreasonable. Then, you want me to copy the Xian formation diagram of a great Xian master? No. Mingshu shook his head and said word by word. It's the mythical flame diagram. Chapter 22:13. On the second floor. Yan Gu pressed his ear against the door and held his breath as he listened. Hearing Zhao's words, he pounded his chest in frustration. This idiot. How can he be so direct? He had only asked Zhao to test the waters and see if he could send out the mythical flame diagram quietly. How could it be so obvious in the end? Even an idiot could tell that something was wrong. He was already upset that his master did not allow him to show his face. Now that he asked Zhao to do something on his behalf, he made it so difficult. Immediately after, he heard his master's wife only pause for a moment before she quickly agreed. Okay. She did not seem to hesitate and did not ask anything. Mingshu immediately said, please. Yan Gu slapped his forehead and took a deep breath. He had not been back for a few years, but this idiot did not improve at all. He could not count on him, but fortunately, he had given it away. He would take it one step at a time. Miss Shangwan, please follow me. Hearing that the two were about to go upstairs, Yan Gu quickly took a few steps back and completely concealed his aura. After taking 2 steps, Zhao suddenly thought of something and looked at little Hachi and Hua Shuangshuang. Well, if you have taken a fancy to anything, just take it. I only need to make a list. In the future, these will all be on Miss Shangwan's account. The few of them were smart people, so they immediately understood what he meant. Only Chu Luyue could go up to the second floor. Chu Luyue did not mind and looked at the two. Just take your pick. You can go back when you're done. I might be a little late. Hua Shuangshuang said, Master, we have nothing to do when we go back. Why don't we just wait here? Chu Luyue smiled and shook his head. No need. I'll go back when I'm done here. Seeing Chu Luyue's firm attitude, Hua Shuangshuang and little Hachi could not stop him and could only agree. In a place like Shenbao Pavilion, there was no need for them to do anything in private, so there was nothing to worry about. Little Hachi was indeed lacking in medicinal herbs. Seeing that she had the support of her master, she didn't hold back and directly took away half of the wall. Chu Luyue. Little Hachi, I remember that you took a lot from Sanson. Why do you want so much now? Little 8 blinked and smiled enchantingly, saying coquettishly, Master, you know that I'm very picky when it comes to these kinds of things. Naturally, I'll use them faster. Chu Luyue tapped between her eyebrows. All right, just take it away. If it's not enough, we can always come back again. Little Hachi's beautiful eyes sparkled. Master, the way you spend money for me is the most beautiful. Chu Luyue was already immune to her tricks. After Zhao finished registering, he sent the two of them away. Phew, seeing the two of them leave with satisfaction, Chu Luyue let out a long sigh of relief. Was it easy to raise a family? Miss Shangwan, please come with me. From beginning to end, Zhao was very patient. Chu Luyue nodded. Thank you, Master Ming. As they spoke, the two of them walked toward the stairs in the middle. Chu Luyue came to the front and took a look. The stairs didn't look any different from the stairs in other places. She originally thought that there would be a barrier or something. However, after thinking about it carefully, she felt that Zhenbao Pavilion was more mysterious and powerful. There were no barriers or defenses, and there weren't many people here. It looked casual, but in fact, it was all based on powerful strength and background. Miss Shangwan, please. Zhao turned sideways and raised his hand, inviting Chu Luyue to go up first. Chu Luyue was about to move when she suddenly heard a surprised voice from the door. Master Ming, what are you doing? This voice was somewhat familiar. Chu Luiyue half turned and looked back, raising her eyebrows slightly. Standing outside the door and looking over here with a shocked expression, who else could it be but Mu Yafeng? Miss Mu, why are you here again? Seeing that it was Mu Yafeng, the smile on Zhao's face faded a lot, and his tone was no longer as polite and eager as when he was talking to Chu Luiyue. Mu Yafeng opened her mouth. On the way back, she suddenly remembered that she still lacked some herbs besides the mythical flame diagram, so she turned back. However, she didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as she arrived. What were they doing? If she didn't hear wrongly, Zhao was actually inviting that Shangguan Yu upstairs. She had just been rejected this request. It had only happened in the blink of an eye. She saw clearly that Zhao's attitude toward that Shangguan Yu was several times better than his attitude toward her. Even when she came here in the past and Zhao treated her politely, she had never received such treatment. Mu Yafeng's mind was in a mess, and it took her a while to find her voice. I just wanted to come back to buy some herbs, but... Master Ming, didn't you just say that the second and third floors are no longer open to the public from today onwards? What's going on now? She tried her best to suppress the surging emotions in her heart, but her words still revealed some displeasure and anger from being deceived. Zhao stepped forward and said indifferently, yes. I did say that it's not open to the public, but... Miss Shangguan is not an outsider. Chu Luiyue's eyelashes trembled slightly. Mu Yafeng's face instantly turned pale. Master Ming, your words, Miss Shangguan is extremely talented in mystic cultivation, so we have specially hired Miss Shangguan to duplicate the mystic formation diagrams in the treasure pavilion. In this way, Miss Shangguan is naturally not an outsider. Mu Yafeng almost suspected that she was hearing things and laughed in anger. Master Ming, are you sure? I admit that she is indeed very outstanding, but with her current level, she doesn't have the qualifications to do so, right? Actually, it wasn't the first time the treasure pavilion had done such a thing. After all, many of the mystic formation diagrams here were very precious, and there were many people who wanted them. The best way was to ask someone to duplicate them. However, this matter involved a lot of things, so the treasure pavilion was usually very strict when it came to the personnel review. When Mu Yafeng wanted to obtain the mythical flame diagram, she had also taken the initiative to mention this, but she was still rejected in the end. She never expected that the treasure pavilion would directly invite Shangguan Yu, who wasn't even a great grandmaster and didn't even have a bloodline totem. If this news were to spread, who knew how many people would be taken aback? If Miss Shangguan isn't qualified, then I'm afraid that no one in the illusory god palace is qualified. She chuckled. Miss Mu, allow me to remind you. When you walked the Star Road, it took you a total of 27 days to walk from the Heavenly Gate to the Grand Mystic Monarch Division's Mystic Formation area. Moreover, this doesn't include the several times you went to the Star Road to study those mystic formations separately. And Miss Shangguan went straight to the illusory god palace when she just arrived. She didn't even use up the remainder of your time. What position do you have now to point out that she isn't qualified? You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.